tonight we're going to be doing more Overwatch 2. I really don't understand, like, the shit with the campus riots, guys, the Palestine campus protests is ridiculous. Like, mainly because it doesn't seem like it's anything to do with the US, and out of nowhere it just all happened like, it was definitely coordinated. All happened at exactly the same moment. I'm not big on conspiracy theories, but it definitely is organized, and I don't mean by someone in the US. There's a lot of takes that it's organized by Democrats or some stupid shit like that. No. As it turns out, geopolitical issues are not actually just the US. As it turns out, geopolitics affect the rest of the world, and as it turns out, Iran, Palestine, and Israel are actually countries, right? Yeah, and they actually have a staked interest in influencing things that influence their country. Weirdly enough, Americans are so full of themselves, myself being an American, that people don't even consider this to be one of the possibilities that it might be being influenced by the outside. Instead, it's always internal, right? No. It just, like, out of nowhere, like, it's different. Yeah, I don't know. It's different if it's an American issue, right? Like, Vietnam was an American issue, where people very much were against the war in Vietnam and having people over there, right? So they're like, okay, let's protest it and basically end the war. And they did. The U.S. is not in Israel. We are not Israel. We are not Palestine. We're not Hamas. And we're not fucking Iran. It's a geopolitical issue. Those are, like, Palestine being the subsidiary or whatever it is of Israel. We are not those countries, but for some strange reason, people really, really, really want us to take part in that. But the last time we did, we ended up for 20 years in Afghanistan, which everyone hated us for doing, and it was just a huge waste of money. So why would we take part in this? I don't fucking know. Middle East is just a giant fucking powder keg, and there's a lot of vested interest in trying to get the U.S. to do whatever people want them to. And I don't think this is purely just an election thing. I think this has things to do with other countries and not our own. And people are just like the two positions here are. Supporting Palestine because you're obviously left-leaning, or right-leaning is obviously it's organized by Democrats because we're in an election year. And what I'd say is a more likely option is there's a war going on in the Middle East, and as such they see someone that possibly could actually be manipulated into being part of the conflict. That's us. Surprise. Yeah. And for some strange reason, people are not seeing the possibility that there are multiple countries that are actually have a vested interest in what's going on right now. Yeah, and like I said, it seems very, 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 very engineered. Mainly due to the fact that, like, things that would affect people that are younger right now. Wage disparity, right? Where minimum wage is not kept up with inflation, or the fact you won't be able to buy a house, or identity politics are really fucking big in the U.S. right now for some reason. I think it's a lot, despite the fact that that's not even that big of an issue. Things like, being poor being a bigger issue, right? Yeah. It's just fucking weird because it all happened at exactly the same moment. The major current conflict, because the Palestine, Iran, or Israel, Hamas thing has been going on for a long time, but the major one kicked off last fall. That was like 6 months ago. But this all happened. This isn't like just like steadily building up. This just all happened like instantly this last week, I think it is. Yeah, where all these protests just like popped up out of nowhere at exactly the same time. Heavily engineered by someone, something, I don't know what it is, and there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there for what it's about, but it's definitely engineered by who and what, I don't know. But the major players here would probably be countries, not people, countries, right? We're talking about countries which are made up of multiple people, including their governments and militaries. Yeah, weird, right? I don't know. Russia or China, I mean, that's also a possibility, right? But Israel and Iran are actually countries. They're, you can say they're directly dealing with what's going on right now. So, and the major player being what would be the manipulative angle here would be Hamas, right? Which isn't a country, it's a terrorist group in Palestine. Would be a very, very strong contender for manipulating the fuck out of current politics in the U.S., right? Especially if they can see the U.S. coming to their aid. And that makes us look really bad. And obviously there is an angle of Russia or China destabilizing the U.S. That's always an angle. China, I think, still has way too much vested interest to, like, they don't want to ruin our economic relationship, so I don't think it's them. Russia, maybe, because we're fucking around in Ukraine. That's a possibility, once again, because geopolitics, right? The really fucking weird thing, like everything I see in the news right now on on social media and the news is related to the left or right angle on this, and no one is really like, hey, there are countries involved here. Maybe it's the countries, and not specifically just this is like beyond. This is beyond like protesting. By the way, they're like fucking up campuses and destroying them and making it impossible for kids to even go to class, which is why they're being removed, forcibly being removed. And like I clip of someone that was like, "Oh my god, this is brutality," and like it's literally just watching people getting arrested, and you're like, "Yeah, no, that's not like no one was getting punched or batoned or anything or bleeding all of it. No, no, that's just people being removed from a protest because they're illegally protesting being one of the things, and especially if you're destructive, that'll happen. I don't know. But like I said, all this just happened at exactly the same moment. It is so fucking weird and so fucking engineered. Like, it's one thing if you see kids protesting, right? It's another thing if you see how destructive it's becoming, and all of it just started happening at the same moment. All of it started happening at the same moment. Just, yeah, I mean, the right angle is Soros, right? The right angle is it's being caused by Soros, and this is engineering the politics. So you gotta be careful. You gotta be fucking careful nowadays. Everything is about information and manipulation. That goes both sides. Not just one. This is multiple sides doing this. This isn't just one person. Good morning, Idawin. It's not just one side. Yeah, it's not just one angle here, and I would say a country has a lot more vested interest than one person does. Like I said, that is the Democrats are at fault angle that the right's pointing right now is literally just what they're thinking. You have to get out of the whole, hey, look, we exist in a bubble, we're only the US, and say, hey, there's Israel, there's Iran, and there's Hamas, and they have a very big vested interest in what's going on right now, because as it turns out, the US actually has a ginormous military. Yeah, and like at the end of the day, like if you get people, like the weird thing is like the people that are protesting, so the people that are protesting what's happening right now, the brutality in Palestine, the college campuses are literally ruining, basically, not only are they paid to be there, by the way, they're ruining their experience for themselves and people in the US, but it doesn't even affect them. So like I said, it's not like Vietnam. And this isn't purely a U.S. issue. This isn't actually a U.S. issue. We could be a U.S. issue because the U.S. likes to stick our big dick in everything, but yeah. Well, country is a number. A country is a big number, right? There's a bunch of people and a bunch of money in the Middle East. I don't know if you heard about oil. Or, excuse me, element 710. Have you heard of element 710? Yeah, it's pretty desirable. It still is pretty desirable, and that's a pretty big motivator. And there's a lot of the whole meme of oil princes. Yeah, that's actually from the Middle East. Yeah, yeah. That's not a U.S. thing, by the way. Yeah, like I said, this like the fucking weird thing is it's like it has to be related to the election cycle that's going on right now, and the U.S. has to go and do stuff. So, like, the weird thing is, if you're a college kid, right, and you're protesting this, what do you want the U.S. to go and have a war for another 20 years? Like, so this is your end result, is you want the U.S. to intervene on behalf of Palestine and basically be a babysitter like we did in Afghanistan for 20 years. So you want to have an armed military conflict, which I'm sure everyone on college is all for, in order to go take on someone else's problems that has nothing to do with us. So you can feel better about the Hamas that's just over there too, because like people always talk about Palestine, right? They talk about the brutalities happening in Palestine, but the whole reason Israel is in Palestine is because of Hamas, right? Yeah, like the whole Hamas angle to this is kind of a big deal. But for some reason it's just Palestine, it's not Hamas. So, I mean, Hamas is the pseudo-military group in Palestine. But yeah, like, if you want to look at this from a different angle, we go, maybe there's an ongoing conflict happening right now, and we can be manipulated to be part of it. Maybe that's an angle. Maybe an entire country would put out money and people and get people into position to make something happen. You know, like there is actually a motivation, a reason, and money backing the reason that this might happen in the first place. Weird, huh? Like we could be manipulated, huh? Yeah, that would never happen. I don't like it's so fucking weird and crudely engineered, and like you can just immediately see it just all happened at exactly the same moment, despite this conflict being going on for months. It just popped up out of nowhere, and then just like I don't even know what's going on. It's just fucking. You can totally tell like the overreactionary blowback on like Twitter is definitely just engineered. I.e., there's a bunch of people like fake engagement engineered. And obviously the right-leaning is just pointing fingers at Democrats, and the left-leaning is, oh my god, Palestine or Israel is horrible, and obviously the U.S. is Israel, which is a straw man, by the way. So, yeah, like, just not helping means that we are Israel. I don't think that's the way that goes. So, and the weird thing is, like, there's problems all over the world, guys. There's problems literally fucking everywhere. War in Ukraine is still going on, which, weirdly enough, a lot of people don't seem to be for an entire united country being against Russia. Instead, we are against whatever's happening in Palestine, which is also fucking weird. Yeah, it is. It is Slane. You gotta pick through it. It is, like, there's misinformation and just agenda fucking everywhere, all sides. It's not just one side. It's not just, if you're pointing the finger and think the side that you're on, especially if you're very far leaning to one side, is not part of it, you're full of shit. That's why I tend to be centrist about things, and I don't mean that being an absolute center. I lean left or right depending on what the issue is, because as it turns out, there isn't just one perspective that's always right on everything, right? It's not the way the world works. There isn't just black and white, right? There's shades of gray as it goes. But you don't look good if you're not just aligned with one side, because then you don't have that one side that's always on your side, right? Yeah, Goran Sneed. War in Malaysia. I mean, there's also Asian politics too, right, Sneed? Yeah, like, I don't even know. I'm American. I don't even know half this stuff. I just see what's in the news, and that's not all the time. That's why we look at different parts of the world. And there's, like, fucking warlords in Africa and trading slaves, and, yeah, like, there is a lot of really bad shit in the world, and for some reason, the U.S. college campuses really, 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 really care about Palestine right now. And I don't, obviously there's a stigma too. If you're in college, people that are in college feel that they're supposed to protest because that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to advocate, like their parents did, and their parents before them. They've seen the media, right, of Vietnam protests and civil rights movement, and, you know, like, the difference being there's actually reasons behind it. Like, it'd be more appropriate for them to complain about tuition or how much they're spending on loans, or, I don't know, like, identity politic issues that might be being shoved upon them constantly. There's a lot of, like, straightforward stuff that affects people that are in the U.S., and this isn't what's actually they're protesting right now at all. And then there's a lot of conflicts that are happening around the world that are fucking terrible. It's not just Palestine. And once again, there's actually, like, war in Ukraine is a big one, and that's, what is it, sold out or something, right? Like, the U.S. is sending aid to Ukraine, which I agree with, by the way, because at this point in time, if you have a united country and one's invading it, and a first world country, help with it. I'm all for that. Assuming we can, and assuming the country actually wants to stick up for themselves, which Ukraine does, we should be willing to help with that. But what's happening in Israel and Palestine is almost like a civil war. It's more in line with the Civil War as opposed to one united government against another united government in a first world country. They have to figure things out for themselves. And then there's Iran fucking around with stuff too. It's all over the place. Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's like, people oftentimes will say that there's financial backing or something, and then they don't have any sources for it. And that's where we're at right now, where people are saying this is caused by Soros, which Soros is very left-leaning. By the way, I like a lot of things on the left side, and I do like some right side ideology as well. And people are saying this is mainly Soros, and like I said, I think this is just purely, that's a political angle that favors what's happening in the U.S. right now. Just, it's a U.S. ideology. There's actually legitimate countries that are fighting right now. And as such, it makes a lot of sense for those countries to manipulate geopolitic issues because it favors them. And that's what's going on right now. And being paid money is part of it, and I don't think, like, well, Soros might be part of it. I don't think so. Like, the way it's working, like, I don't even want to vote for either. Like, it's going to be another Trump versus Biden. I don't want to vote for either of the fucks. Biden's a wet noodle and Trump's a criminal, and there's not really, like, I'd love to vote for a Republican right now, but there's not one. Because Biden's just way too left side for me. And we need something more centered, but, like, what sells right now is extreme ends of the spectrum, and aren't good. Both sides aren't good. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just, I'm particularly talking about what's happening with the Palestine issues and campuses right now. They're going back further than there's always hey, there's money trails and things have been engineered to a certain extent. The initial beginning of the BLM protest made a lot of sense because they're talking about profiling and lack of oversight in police. Call them police precincts, I guess. Police stations are weird. Police in general are very fucking weird in the US. We don't have a national body of police. It's just like a precinct. You have like a small area and they do their own thing, and they don't really talk to other precincts, and they don't really have an over-encompassing mantra or school that they go to or an ideology. It's all over the fucking place. So there isn't a lot of oversight, and there's not a lot of standardized training, I guess you could say. It's not like the military or anything. So it's all over the fucking place, and that's been an age-old issue where it kind of just worked for itself. It kind of just worked out, but it doesn't really work out anymore. And I do agree that there should be some level of police reforms, but then they just went full, like, off the spectrum, where then it became about, let's defund the police, get rid of them, and let's make these holistic social groups that are going to make up for the... No, they aren't. No, people are going to fucking rob stores because... Well, it's nice to positively reinforce people. You need to have negative reinforcement or punishments there too. Otherwise, people do dumb shit. It's just the way the world's always worked. Punishment sometimes is needed. You need to have someone that can enforce things. Even if you like to believe that, outreach might help. And it may. It doesn't. It definitely doesn't for everyone, especially people that just are criminals. Yeah, well, there's no other option. Like, we don't have an option. It's just Biden and Trump, and I'd rather have Biden win than Trump. But I'd rather not vote for Biden at all, and I'd rather vote for Republican, but there isn't one. So, and we live in a two-party system in which basically you only have two votes, and that's it. You can only vote for one or the other, and that's it. If we had a weighted choice system, which is very important for voting, by the way, which is ranked choice voting, is voting for who you want to win the most to who you want to win least. So, in this case, Biden over here, Trump over here, or flip-flop, depending on your perspective, Trump over here, Biden over here, right? But as it turns out, because things are so polarized, you have middle candidates that win. So you have whoever's in second place that a lot of people are voting for, but also vote for first place that actually just win. Because those candidates are so politicized, or so, so far on the opposite end of the spectrum. Basically, you have people that will vote yes for this guy and vote no for this guy, and they will not vote him second place, right? Yeah, because everyone's going to want some other candidate to win. But that turns out that the second candidate will basically always win, because they aren't extreme. And that's basically what we need. We need someone in the center, but we can't. Yeah, there's all sorts of fucking weird shit going on right now. I don't like. Just thinking about the political issues right now, guys. They're so fucking far out of control. I'm just like opposite ends of the spectrum. People can't even communicate anymore either. Like, they're unwilling to talk about like meeting halfway. Everything's a fucking extreme. Everything's on extreme ends of the spectrum. That's not good. That's not good for the U.S. as in terms of being healthy. No one wants to talk with each other. Everyone wants censorship, which is fucking hilarious. People won't say it's censorship, but they basically legitimately, when they don't agree with someone, they want them to stop talking. I was having a discussion earlier today on World of Warcraft in trade, and I was talking with someone basically about the same issue going on here. It happened to turn into, because of what's going on, happened to turn into world politics. I was talking with the guy, and it turned out that the guy just wanted some extreme answer that was right-leaning, right? And they kept trying to, like, straw man me into their position. They kept trying to make it seem like I was agreeing with them when I wasn't. And then I just said, no, I'm basically saying exactly the opposite of what you're saying. And then, not only did they stop talking to me, they reported me. Straight out of the gates. Yeah, like, it just, people just, like, literally can't handle just being somewhere in the center anymore. You can't handle moderation. It just has to be an extreme answer. And I'm not for that. It's just, that's dumb. You can't run things like that. And both sides want that. Like left and right want that. They'll say like the left-leaning people, like really like far left-leaning, will say they're all about understanding and acceptance, and they want you to be aware of who and what they might identify as. You know, if we're talking identity politics here, and that you should be agreeable with that, but then they'll immediately jump down your throat if you don't. Like if you just like, yeah, for instance, I'll use your pronouns, but I don't, like see you that way, right? But then they'll just literally just try to fuck you. And it is weird. Like over here we have people that are really, really turn-faced here, and over here we have people that are like just stick their head in the ground and they don't care about anything that anyone else might say. It's basically the same sides of the same coin. It's just opposite ends of the spectrum. So I don't know. I don't know where things are going, guys. They're fucking weird. I hope people are smart enough to see through what's going on right now in terms of the college campus politics or protests as it goes, because that is 100% a geopolitical issue, and people need to see that there are countries besides the U.S., outside of the U.S., that would very much like to influence our politics, because as it turns out, it helps them. Yeah. So if you're part of a losing war right now, you would very much want to influence our politics in your favor, wouldn't you? Because as it turns out, we can win wars. That's basically it's one of the things we can still do well, is win wars, right? Well, besides misinformation, that's gone at this point. But yeah, like maybe just be a little bit smarter here and understand that Iran and Israel are countries, and Hamas is an extremist group that is also funded in Palestine. Like there is actually like a military angle there, and maybe they would like to influence things that we say and do, and like the weird thing is, like if you look, like there's already like people are entrenched on both sides of what's going on for the Palestine college campus. You could call them riots at this point. Protest riots, and it's just literally just way into the spectrums. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know why they would. They could. A lot of really weird angles once you get into the politics, so I'm not up on speed on that. I guess, maybe. But once again, I don't, like, Russia has their own shit going on right now with Ukraine, and China, I think, loves money, so. I don't know why either of them would care about Iran or Israel right now. Very fucking weird. As like so because I see kind of both ends of the spectrum, like I get some really fucking crazy shit on the right too. Like I have a guy, there's a guy who's following that saying like the war in Ukraine isn't even happening, like he doesn't see war footage of it right now, and I was like, yeah, all you have to do is like literally type in war in Ukraine coverage and you get it. So like Google search war in Ukraine coverage and like 5 bajillion websites pop up. So I don't know. All it takes is a simple Google, and like the weird thing is, there's people just in the comments from just agreeing with them, and just I don't know. Like I said, both extreme ends of the spectrum are fucking insane, batshit insane, and people really need to stop aligning just with purely. I know your friends are probably like heavily aligned to one side or the other, but you really need to take a step back from that and maybe go, hey, maybe we should find somewhere in the center that doesn't lead to everyone dying. Or something along those lines, like extreme ends of the spectrum leads to basically religious zealotry, right? In which there's zero tolerance, and you don't want that. Both sides. Fucking weird. I don't know. Like, and you can't, like, there's so many people screaming, you can't really, there's so much noise, you can't really just, there's no level-headed opinion. I assume some people are interested in a level-headed opinion or don't care, right? And they just don't seem to be there or are not speaking up for it. So I guess it is what it is for the time being. But yeah, wonderful. Happy fucking Sunday, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning so far. Yeah, but the whole college campus thing feels extremely engineered, and regardless of what you might think might be causing it, you have to at least admit it seems like it just fucking came out of nowhere, all at exactly the same time, to the same severity at the same time, just everywhere. So, yeah, it's like everyone just, like, at the same time just lighting a torch. Assumedly, some of the college kids actually want to be there, and they're kind of, maybe want to go to class. I mean, it's great and everything. It's fucking weird. So college, if you're in high school, if you're in, basically, you're not in college, if you're in high school in the U.S., you know, there's incentive to skip class, you know, yay, snow days sort of shit, right? But if you're in college, you basically pay for college. You pay a lot of money to go to college, and as such, if you're paying a lot of money to go to college, you probably want to go to college. Unless you're being forced to be there, you probably want to be going to college, especially if you're taking on debt to do so. So why would you just want to fuck things up for yourself and lose a bunch of money? Basically, if you are there, you're losing a bunch of money. There's already some, I've seen some posts about college campuses that are refunding basically their students for the semester because it's essentially ruined for the most part, and basically they have to go to school for another one. Yeah. Oh yeah, Idowin, is that all you can say? Is just the laughy face? I bet Idowin's behind it. He's probably some billionaire in a yacht right now. In international waters. Giggling to himself. And never donates to my stream. Because he's a dick. I mean, it's going to be nice and warm everywhere. Putting aside what's going on right now. This is geopolitics, guys. We're just talking about geopolitics. Putting aside what's going on right now, it is, let's see, it is April right now. It is about the same temperature that it would normally be in summer, so 3 months from now, in Wisconsin. And we still have the summer to go through. And we had basically a miniature summer where it was 60 degrees, and we had 170 or 270 degree days in February when we're supposed to have 3 feet of snow. It is going to get warm fucking everywhere, and as it turns out, politics are probably going to be the least of our worries in the future. There's not, and that's putting it like if you're going to protest something, on college campuses, you probably would want to tackle the elephant in the room right now, which is literally you're going to have uninhabitable climates, and people are going to start like mass migrating north because they can't live near the equator anymore. Well, I mean, it's going to be warm everywhere, so. Good for you, Idowin. Good for you, not actually caring about the temperature. That's the big elephant in the room. If you're going to protest something, maybe it would be about climate change, that is, climate change, global warming, whatever you want to call it. The massive dick of hot that is coming at us right now. Maybe that might be a better course of action because it's literally going to influence everything that we do. It's like almost getting to the point where it might be too late to like start down the path like nuclear energy too for the U.S. because that takes like 5 to 10 years to ramp that shit up. And like we're still worrying about all this. Like none of the Biden and Trump, neither of them care about fucking like. I'm not even talking about alternate energy. I'm talking about like an actual meaty path for energy generation going forward. Not just, hey, let's add some subsidies to solar and wind, you know, and wind isn't even viable. No one does that. Everyone, it's just whatever's currently trending. I would be for that. Like, weird guys. Like, kind of like even if you are very right-leaning, let's say you don't believe in climate change and you don't believe in global warming, even if you're very right-leaning, you have to see that things are fucking changing right now, and it's getting a lot hotter faster. Yeah, and that probably that is a trend that's happening right now, and it's not going back to normal. And maybe you'd want to change that a little bit so it does go back to normal. So Florida isn't uninhabitable and Wisconsin becomes Florida. Although Florida arguably is already uninhabitable, but you know, putting that aside. Yeah. I don't know, guys. Fucking weird time. Oh, I got my coffee too. Everyone always loves the extreme angle. Alright guys, let me get my coffee. And Kick had me in the Overwatch section while I'm sitting here having a political rant. Be right back. I don't know, guys. Maybe this is some sort of test from aliens to see how we handle massive amounts of misinformation, or if it just destroys us, which it actually could at this point. Like, obviously a little bit of the answer here is literally just having moderation in some form, even if you, like, are super right-leaning or left-leaning, you know, you don't want things to... Anarchy. Because that's bad, because then you can't watch your Fox News or ABC or CNN or whatever you want to watch and have your fucking TV dinners, who knows what. Like, hey, maybe I want to maintain my current status of life, my current status quo of life, right? What if aliens are good? I mean, who made the quote that if anything is maybe it's the Star Trek quote, if anything is technologically advanced enough, it seems like it is basically a deity, right? So it could be. I mean, I've said that before. I said, what if we weren't actually engineered by, what if we weren't engineered by God? The God just happens to be an alien with super advanced technology, right? Now, I've talked about that before whenever we get on the alien rant, because that's a lot more likely and plausible than some overpowered deity, although some overpowered deity could exist, right? Like, we're talking like Q in Star Trek, something like that could exist, right? Which essentially would be a god. But, yeah, I mean, they probably are with advanced enough technology, but we're also we've advanced a lot in, like, the last 100 years, like, an insane amount. We have fucking pocket computers. And, like, yeah, this is a thing, by the way. This is actually pretty fucking cool. You got your tricorder here. Actually pretty neat. We are the AI. We could be the AI. It's a possibility. Or we could be training the AI, which also is a possibility, right? Like, we're just brains and canisters somewhere training AI. I mean, when you get into the whole idea of simulations, like, everything just devolves into, you know, what it, like, you can't prove anything, so just, it's whatever you think of it. Ever have the calculator watch? No, I had a friend with one. I was trying to figure out exactly, no, actually, I think I had one. I think I had one and it broke right away. I remember trying to use it, or maybe I borrowed my friend's. I don't remember what it was. I remember trying to use it, and I was like, "Wow, this is cool at first," but then it really sucks if you're trying to use it instead of a fucking calculator, because it's super tiny. I used to wear a watch when I was younger, and then I found out it seemed to cause anxiety, and then I stopped wearing it, and as it turned out, I still could be on time without actually wearing a watch. If you're mindful of basically how time passes, you can figure it out without having a watch on. But now you don't even have watches because you have phones, which are watches. But then you also have watches because they turn out to be a status symbol. Let's see what's going on in the Reddits today, guys. Waiting for content patches from Arrowhead. There, they've been granted 30 seconds of government approved 9 hours ago. Unpaid free time to tell me what's unnecessary feature you'd like to be seeing in Helldivers. This, is submitted by a developer. We had a guy, like, sometimes you'll get people on stream that'll ask it, and either when people ask stuff like this, it either feels like a developer asking, like, for feedback, or someone that's trying to farm content. Like, they're trying to make you come up with the content. $400 upvotes. As I mentioned before, just a giant balancing patch. That brings up... By the way, oh, it's a funny story. You know how I've been talking about how the fact the game needs a giant balancing patch to bring up basically assets that they already have in the game? But they haven't really ever employed because it's essentially like having content because it's unusable, and I'm not talking about... You know, and essentially unusable, and I'm not talking about that from the angle of... I'm not talking about the angle of it's, like, just not min-max. It's not, you know, like, it's not meta, right? I'm not talking about from the angle it's not meta. Rather, it just sucks so much that it's basically unusable. It's like having content in your game you already made, but basically it doesn't exist. Not only in terms of it being there, but also the idea just doesn't exist, and you can't use it again, so you can't remake the content because it's already in the game. It's like having, just like, content stuck in purgatory. We've talked about this multiple times over the last month and a half. For a long time. Basically, they have a bunch of assets in the game that people essentially can't use because they aren't remotely good. And that essentially means that you have like just wasted time and effort on stuff that can easily be fixed, which is why I joke all the time about Pills sending me the Excel spreadsheet for weapon balance, and we can talk about commission rate where I rebalance the entire game. Yeah. Anyways, I was talking about this earlier tonight, and I just happened, like, I was like, what's happening in fucking Helldivers 2 right now? Because it's basically the same shit at this point, and I tuned into Maple, and Maple was legit fucking saying the same goddamn thing, only he wasn't like a month ago. And I was like, holy fucking shit. Like, just like, and the weird thing is, like, when you watch other people's streams, and we keep up with the Reddit all the time, right? I don't go out of my way to say these are my ideas, right? In any way, shape, or form. Well, sometimes they are, where it just happens to find shit that's on here. And I'm gonna actually name names at this point because it really fucking bugged me, because he basically not only said that there should be a rebalancing patch, but then took an angle that it's wasted assets, which is something that I've been preaching relatively hard every time we talk about it, because it's waste of time and development effort if you can't use something in a game. And I was like, wow. And then at the same time, he also basically just memes shit just straight off the Reddit. Like, it's just like people in the chat. You can tell when by the way, someone sees something in chat, because they'll basically say the same thing, and you know it's here because we cover the Reddit. You know it's here, basically, they just meme basically what's here, or they just parrot what they see that's here, and he does it a lot. Like earlier tonight, was it a couple days ago, where one of the trending posts on Reddit was, it was a joke, it was a meme of, hey, I like that these launch codes are being stored in a cardboard box. It was like last week. I remember seeing it. And then earlier tonight, legit just said the same fucking thing, and then tried to turn it into a meme like he just said it. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And by the way, this isn't the first person, it's not the only person. And by the way, if you are curious about me saying that, not the launch code meme, but I'm talking about the rebalancing, it's in every one of my patch videos where we cover it, where we've talked about it. It's written in stone and timelined. And that's one of the reasons that I actually turn my patch note conversations into YouTube videos, is so I can go back and retroactively talk about stuff like this, where you can go back and look at his videos and he doesn't talk about a damn thing like that. So, yeah, I remember this happening in Dead by Daylight too, when some of the killer mains were changing the way that they played, and I pointed out exactly when it was happening because it was very obvious, because as it turns out, Dead by Daylight has been around for like 8 years, and people have played that game. Some of the streamers have been there literally since the game came out, and they just haven't moved. 2015. They just haven't moved at all. Yeah, like 9 years. 2016, 8 years? Yeah, just haven't moved. And the weird thing is, watching someone that's played a game for basically essentially 5 years before you showed up, and then all of a sudden 4 years before you even showed up, and all of a sudden starts changing the way that they play, is a pretty good indicator that something has influenced their terrarium. It's something influenced the way they think, right? And they've been playing, they have a 4-year timeline that was behind them, and they've been playing for that long, and they haven't changed the way that they played. And all of a sudden they get a whiff of something, and then just completely changes the way they play. Probably a good indicator that something happened just then, right? There is something that changed outside of the 4 years that they played that maybe caused them to change the way they play, right? Yeah, it's like night and day difference. And then they start talking about the same shit that I do. They try to reword it. The clever thing, and Maple didn't reword this at all. The clever thing is, like, a lot of streamers will try and reword stuff that you talk about and use it themselves, so it doesn't seem like they're directly copying it, but you know they are, because you can just look at basically when they started talking about it. And it might not just be Maple. It could be like the way information dissemination works is, like, if someone watches my channel, and I don't have a lot of viewers, right? If someone watches my channel and they hear something, it trickles down. It goes through someone here, then says something in someone else's stream, and then someone says something else, and then multiple people see it, and it just goes, like, spreads, right? It's like watching the spiderweb effect, and it just spreads all over the place. It doesn't need to be necessarily Maple that was watching my stream, but yeah, that's not the first time he's done that. So, oh, by the way, I had four 17,000 upvoted posts on Reddit that weren't me posting it, that were straight from my stream. First one was beam weapon changes, or not the beam weapon buff, where I said that it should, if you target a piece on the armor, it should drastically increase the damage the longer you're on target. And then someone turned it into a Reddit post. That's one. The second one I didn't remember. The third one I just remembered yesterday. And the third one was rebalancing weapons so they have their own weapon identity, which I've talked about weapon differentiation, not just in Helldivers 2, but I've discussed it in basically every game I've played. Fortnite being one of the early ones where they tried to homogenize everything into a laser rifle, which I talk about. Everyone wants everything to be a laser rifle, which is bad for game balance. Because it makes the game really fucking boring, just having one weapon. Yeah, the other one was, hey, we should make every gun have a unique identity. Weapon differentiation, right? Straight from my stream. And the fourth one, which just happened... what was that? It just happened. It wasn't the weapon differentiation. Fuck. Oh, here it is. They deleted the image. No way. It had like 17,000 upvotes. It was deleted! They deleted it! Holy shit. $20,000 upvotes. They deleted it. Yeah. So this is the fourth one that I had basically taken from my stream. Who the fuck would have a 20,000 upvoted post and then delete their post, guys? Yeah. Yeah, this has just most recently happened. This is where they are talking about basically having positive and negative effects, and I said that there should be... I talked about this during the last patch notes, I believe it was, where I discussed... we didn't get it. I couldn't find the timestamp of it. It was a couple days earlier. I was trying to look for it 5 days ago. It was a couple days earlier this in which we were discussing having positive effects on planets that are very hostile. So if the planet has a lot of negative debuffs atmospherically and people are having a tough time, maybe the game could give you positive buff offsets. Yeah. Yeah. We discussed this. This is the fourth one. Fourth 17,000 upvote post that was like literally just verbatim from my stream. They changed it slightly, but it is exactly the same fucking thing. And like I said, the first one was laser rifle having focus damage, or laser weapons in general, you could apply this to, as I mentioned before. First one was laser weapons having focus damage when you focus a particular part of the armor for a prolonged period of time, causing basically melting, or leads to it eventually penetrating and ramping up the damage on it. Second one, I still don't remember. Third one was weapon differentiation and gun balancing. Fourth one is positive buffs on planets. 20,000 upvotes. Straight from my stream. Like I said, sometimes they'll wait like a day or so and then post it, and that's exactly what happened here. Like, right when they think people forgot about it. Who the fuck would, remove... It wasn't offensive in any way, shape, or form. This is not offensive at all. Who would remove their 20,000 upvoted Reddit posts, guys? Yeah. By the way, I don't think people should be allowed to delete their own posts. Moderators should be able to remove them. But I feel as though if you delete your post, it should just remove your name from it. So people can't figure out that you're the one that posted this. Because this actually just removes content from the world web. It removes content from everything, so people can't reference this anymore. Regardless of whether or not you want to be associated with it anymore, the idea's in the wild. And, well, you could say this might be, too much for like a book or something, right? Now, even when you put your books into the wild, they aren't going away. I do think in the case of Reddit, it should not remove the post, but it should remove your name. All your name should be gone. Just stricken from the record, so people can't associate with it. They'll be able to try and do that, but people can figure it out anyways, but people can figure it out if they delete the post, so... Yeah, look at this. It was deleted. It was deleted. Fuck, who would delete it? Yeah, good question. Good fucking question. Let me check the shadow bans. Reddit. See. What does the shadow ban say? It wasn't removed by moderator. So the person that made this deleted it. Ah, the person that made this deleted their username too. No fucking way. No way. Well, that's something. And the thing is, guys, if I ever post something from my channel, in my personal experience, if anyone ever catches a whiff that you're a streamer when you post something on Reddit, you will get immediately downvoted for it. and I'm not really, yeah, I'm not into posting ideas, and then someone else will just literally repost it like a day or two, or sometimes a week later. The same thing, and it'll trend differently. That's my personal experience with Reddit. 20,000 upvoted posts, and they removed it. And it was not offensive in any way, shape, or form. It was an idea post, and it was removed. Not by a moderator. And surprisingly, I expected, by the way, to get fully downvoted for this. I got 2 points. I expected fully just because I'm like, nuh-uh, I said it first, you know, one of those things, like just looking like a sore loser sort of shit. But at this point, guys, this isn't even about being a sore loser. This is about the fact that I literally talk about stuff that's unique and different on my stream, and people just basically monkey see, monkey do, copy paste the shit, and then it pops up somewhere else without my username attached to it or any reference to me or my stream, and then my stream doesn't fucking grow. And I've been streaming for over a decade at this point, so it starts bothering me when I see shit like this, because 17,000 upvotes is a significant amount of engagement. 19,000 upvotes in this case is a significant amount of engagement. It's a significant amount of, like, positive influence, you could call it, on my channel. And, oh, just someone else took it, posted it, and trended, and then we got nothing from it. Always ahead of the curve, guys. Almost always ahead of the curve, guys. Bugs me. But, not in the bug ways either. But I pointed out, that's why I pointed out Maple, and Maple's done it a couple different times, but tonight when I just happened to tune into his stream, and he almost verbatim, like, someone asked him what he wanted to, like, what he wanted for a patch for the game to make it good, and, like, it just, like, it was really stupid. It just basically bug fixes. He just said he wanted bug fixes. Who doesn't want bug fixes? I mean, come on, you could be better than that. Who the fuck doesn't want bug fixes for a game, guys? Everyone wants fucking bug fixes. And then it literally just turned into him talking about gun differentiation and basically stuff straight from my stream. And I was like, what? And not like the trending post, not the trending post, because then he started talking about how it was a waste of asset and development time. Trending post did not cover that at all. Waste of assets and development time that the developers basically put into the game, in which people can't use the content, and it's basically purgatory. And I was like, what? Well, what the fuck's going on here, man? Yeah. And of course, there's always deniability, right? You can say, oh, I just came up with it or some shit like that, but a couple weeks ago he was not talking about it, so yeah, as it turns out, I occasionally watch streams of the games that I'm playing, and I can actually keep a heartbeat on the community, right? Anyways, this strikes me oftentimes as either a developer or someone that's just looking to farm content for YouTube ideas, making a post like this. 2,400 comments. There's no way that anyone's going to see anything I'm going to write, so I'm not going to. Arrowhead Twitter team is ruthlessly roasting the Tarkov devs. I mean, this isn't ruthless. Not available for free to super citizens, which is a reference to the EOD edition of the game. So they're making fun of. This is not ruthless at all. This is kind of like a side jab. They're making fun of Escape from Tarkov, basically paywalling some features that were otherwise available to EOD members. By the way, people are always free to fucking change their business model. I don't think there's anything stopping companies from doing that. It is very entitled. Anytime people think that they need to get the content that everyone else, like, you always deserve to have that content, I think it's stupid. Paywalling a feature behind, like, a game mode behind a $250 expansion or $250 DLC, I think it's stupid. But beyond that, they can do it, and I don't have any problems with them doing that. They're just doing something really fucking dumb. So it's a little bit different edge of the perspective. Anytime you'll see content being offered and everyone doesn't get it, they freak the fuck out. Like, the same thing happened with Overwatch 2, where all of a sudden skins were paid, but they wanted to get rid of fucking loot boxes in the first place. The only reason they shifted from loot boxes to skins is because everyone always constantly freaked out about loot boxes and how they're preying on children. So then they got rid of them and put in paid skins, which most every other game has, and then they got roasted for doing so. They got shit on for doing so. Yeah. Because as it turns out, people don't want this ideology. They don't want loot boxes. They don't care about the kids, as it turns out. They don't want, like, oh my god, I care about gambling addiction with kids. No, they just want free things. They're fucking selfish pricks. They want free things. That's what they want. They want the free things. It's nothing to do with what they're saying, as it turns out. You know, like, the whole idea that maybe what people are saying isn't necessarily kind of, you know, maybe I should think about this. Maybe there's an ulterior motive here which just involves them getting free content. And then comes to pass when you realize that when they basically got rid of the loot boxes and then put in paid skins, they just like lit fires and freaked the fuck out about how the fact the game now not pay to win, but game now has paid skins in it that are expensive. And you're like, yeah, League of Legends skins are also really fucking expensive too, as are Apex Legends. And just it has absolutely nothing to do. It has nothing to do with think of the kids. That's just a very convenient thing to hide behind. But in this case, like, this is kind of a jab. This is just a jab at who makes EFT Battlestate Games. This is just a jab at Battlestate Games. This isn't like throwing, what do they say? Ruthlessly roasting the Tarkov devs. Dude, if someone inserting a one-line jab into their comment is ruthlessly roasting, I'd hate to see what a fucking normal argument is. What the fuck are you talking about? 11,000 upvotes, too. We're fucking dumb. Game is something else, yes it is. It's the reason we played it for 2 months and we're still covering the Reddit. Good. Where is he finding planets in which the bugs are actually a threat? Like, one of the reasons we quit is because it got really fucking boring difficulty-wise. You just basically had a bunch of teammates that were, like, we had missions where you're just getting farming the bugs. I'm not saying the bugs weren't super easy either, but we had good teammates and it just made the games miserable because it's just literally competing for kills. I found out how the factory part of the Strider works. Not safe for work. Well, if that's not intentional, I have no fucking idea how this happened. That is a really fucking weird bug. The question is, how could this actually happen if this was a bug? Like, I guess the robot can't lay down, so the physics ending is never ending. Like, when it dies, it can't lay down. So the robot's actually dead already, but the game is trying to put it into a down state and it can't. The animations just constantly repeat. Gunships are perfectly balanced enemy with no issues whatsoever that need to be patched. We had one where they're spitting out 2 gunships per factory. This is what happens if you're near the gunship factory and your teammates can't fucking blow them up. Yeah. As it turns out, you need to kill them. And in this case, if no one can kill them, you have to run away and despawn them. He should have been doing, by the way. But he was on his last life, so he probably couldn't anyways. Only seen a mission where it spawned 2 per factory once. Or twice, excuse me. Once, like, a week prior, and then, like the day we left, we saw another one where it's doing that. But it was only 1 factory. Your lock-on fix, it's happening. Yep, being able to use a weapon that exists in the game. Your lock-on was indeed fixed 17 days ago, so probably was just waiting for a patch to go live. What? Giving the rats drugs, or is it training change maybe better? Ship crew will perform daily sacrifices to appease the holy spear that was... That way us Helldivers don't have to do it ourselves. What? Why is this in... I don't know why they would fix something and not actually push it, like, get it into a build. That's fucking weird, because it's like a big... It's kind of a big deal. Yes. I mean, they're under a heavy load, so maybe it just slipped? I don't know. That's kind of a big one. Understand the new rocket launcher's value? Yeah, so apparently they got the weapons, and apparently they're in an experimental state in which they kind of break right now. Basically, this is it's an airburst, which, as it turns out, fires a shitload of rockets after it hits the target, or hits an area. It just, like, explodes in rockets. And apparently it doesn't always work the way that you'd want it to, so it results in Helldivers basically dying when they shoot next to themselves. Which is funny, because yesterday we were posting on that one guy that said it was possibly a flak cannon. I was like, yeah, maybe, but as it turns out, airburst is actually an experimental round they're using to... It basically MIRVs over a target. It fires, it explodes down, it shoots down. Which is good for killing stuff behind cover, if you can use it properly, but in the case of Helldivers, basically nothing's behind cover, so it'd be limited usefulness. Why is there surprise that airburst weapon isn't effective against armor? People are dumb. State of stratagem. Yeah, apparently they're fixing it. It's going to be fixed this week. First support weapon that is totally outclassed by a primary. No, a lot of them actually are. Like if you're, for instance, talking about sniper rifles, the AMR, the anti-material rifle, actually kind of sucks. Not a lot of them. Some of them are. The assault rifle dog, fucking terrible. Compared to other stratagems too, obviously a lot of them are just bad. Ah, here you go. Boss got new rockets low as well. Oh, by the way, also seeing people talk about changes in the procedurally generated maps now, which they never used to do. Also, we've been talking about since launch. Yeah, that was another one. Yep, with new tiles. Weird, huh? Always ahead of the curve, guys. That was another one earlier tonight. It's one of the reasons we were talking about, basically, Maple stream. Yeah. Intentional? Rocket Devastator? It has to be intentional, because it's firing a lot faster than normal. Even if it was a prolonged barrage. Actually, no, if it's just a continuous prolonged barrage. That's basically the speed at which they fire, but they fire like 6 rockets. Fucking terrible. Fucking terrible movies, guys. Kylo Ren. Yep, the emo teeny bopper that's supposed to be a villain. I see bots now subscribe to the 40k ammo rules. How much ammo do I have? Enough. Where do I store all of it? Unimportant. More DACA. This has to be bugged, right? An actual comment relating to the mechanics of what's happening, because that looks like a single rocket devastator doing that. It does. I think it's a shredder tank firing from the fog with a rocket dev further up firing an occasional volley of rockets. Just a bugged out rocket dev for some reason. Every rocket devastator in that specific match, every rocket devastator in that match can fire its rockets infinitely. Haven't seen that happen again. They bug or beta test shit oftentimes in the game. I came up with all sorts of reasons and rationale as to why this could be anything other than a bugged rocket devastator, though. Good for that guy. Some really weird shit. As I mentioned before, I should have clipped it and I didn't. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Anything good on the tubes? Cat videos. New. I finished watching Shogun, which is pretty good. We could actually watch Critical Drinker's take on it. Pretty good, by the way. The main protagonist that you're following, Wet Noodle. Other characters pretty good though.
Truly, modern entertainment is chock full of surprises. I mean, most of them are the bad kind of surprises.
Pretty much.
Like that time I went to a mate's house after drinking 2 pints of brake fluid and personally took a dump in places that'll leave him feeling confused for the rest of his natural life. But occasionally, the festering swamp of raw sewage that is modern Hollywood offers up little nuggets of quality entertainment, one of which just so happens to be Shogun, a historical drama set in 17th century Japan that I could best describe as Game of Thrones but with samurai. And I mean the good Game of Thrones, when it was still a smart, intriguing and imaginative story about power, politics and ambition, populated by a diverse cast of complex and well-written characters, instead of friggin' barbecue time at the Danny Ranch. Anyway, I digress. Now, not being particularly
See the name of Game of Thrones.
James Clavell
Holy fucking shit. Season 7 was also getting there too.
1980 adaptation, I didn't really know what to expect.
I literally have a highlighted rant about it for 4 hours.
I enjoyed Blue Eye Samurai, and I still had fond memories of playing Ghost of Tsushima, chopping up bamboo and composing haikus like an absolute boss. Plus, just about everyone I knew online and in the real world was singing its praises, so I figured I might as well dive in and see what all the fuss was about. And I'm very glad that I did, because Shogun is a superb piece of entertainment, brilliantly written and directed, moodily evocative, perfectly paced, competently acted by a cast of experienced veterans and talented newcomers. It's a show that uses universal themes of loyalty, duty, honor, and sacrifice to explore a very alien culture in a way that never comes across as preachy, self-righteous, or patronizing.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, I think I'm starting to remember this now. This is what good TV used to look like, isn't it? This is what a faithful, intelligent adaptation of good source material can and should be, unlike other shows I could mention.
Or Wheel of Time, if you actually fucking read the Wheel of Time.
Point of view of John Blackthorne, an
Oh,
English
Wheel of Time is so
navigator on
bad.
a mission to establish trading links in Japan and break the stranglehold of the Portuguese that have been intentionally keeping Japanese society ignorant about the wider world and have designs to covertly take control of the government there. Unfortunately, their supplies run out along the way and the ship washes ashore, with Blackthorne and a handful of survivors all that remains of the crew. Pretty soon he's taken captive and falls under the influence of Lord Toranaga, a powerful member of the five-man council that now runs the whole of Japan since the previous ruler died. Toranaga himself is caught up in a growing power struggle amongst the ruling council, and it seems likely that war is on the way. But in Blackthorne, he might just have found a powerful ally, because the man has access to guns and cannons that could turn the tide of the coming conflicts. The only question now is how to make use of him. The more time Blackthorne spends amongst Toranaga's people, the more he comes to understand Japanese culture and society, and begins to unmask a tangled web of alliances, conspiracies, betrayals, and secrets that threaten to change the face of the country forever. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail on the plot, because honestly, I don't want to spoil it for anyone. What I will say is that I was extremely impressed with how the show manages to find that sweet spot of narrative depth and complexity without getting bogged down by it. There's enough different characters, factions, and conflicting goals and motivations to keep you guessing about what might happen next, but the script never overloads you with so much shit to keep track of that you forget what's happening and why. The show takes its time introducing the main players and giving you a decent insight
it was actually a pretty cool
into who they
character
are and what they value before turning them loose and letting the sparks fly. And our little window into this alien world is Blackthorne himself, the classic outside protagonist looking in.
This guy, by the way, strikes me as a whiny bitch, like, the entire time. He's, like, zero masculinity. And he also always has these glassy eyes for some reason, like he's about to cry. Very weird.
Who asks the questions the audience would ask and gets the explanations they need to understand the world he's part of.
From the perspective of the story, he wasn't really the main cast. I'd say he's a side character. The story follows him, but he doesn't really change much of the story at all. He's just kind of there, like an observer.
It's a trope that's been done a million times before in stories like this, but there's a very good reason for that. It's effective. And credit to the writers here, they successfully avoid the shitty modern trope of making him just another arrogant white man who needs to be humbled and beaten over the head with his own bigotry. In reality, he's a smart and resourceful man who learns fast, can turn situations to his advantage, and is willing to risk his life for others. And the more
but he doesn't really change much of anything.
You begin to understand that he's a complex man, driven by far more than simple greed and ambition. And he's perfectly balanced out by Toranaga, played by the always enjoyable Hiroyuki Sanada.
Also a good actor.
Is a man torn between duty and survival, surrounded by political rivals and traitors, and trying to walk a dangerous path towards a better future for his country and his people. At first he sees Blackthorne as just a simple tool to be used, but the more time he spends with him, the more he comes to understand and respect the man beneath. Wow, two guys from vastly different cultures with completely different worldviews, slowly finding common ground through shared adversity and challenges, without having to demonize one and elevate the other. Imagine that in 2024. The third aspect of this dynamic is Mariko, a young highborn woman with strong loyalty towards Toranaga, but religious sympathies towards the Portuguese, who acts as an interpreter for Blackthorne and grows close to him as a result. She's intelligent and cool under pressure, but again, the script never devolves into the tedious tropes of modern writing by turning her into an arrogant, abrasive girl boss who only exists to be better than him at everything. Oh my goodness, it's almost like this show was written by by mature, well-adjusted adults who understand human behavior. I also have to give massive props to the production design and cinematography here. Japan of the early 17th century is depicted on screen in glorious detail, from humble fishing villages in the early morning mist to towering fortresses and bustling but well-ordered cities that actually feel real and lived in. Even simple little moments like people pouring tea and staring pensively over perfectly manicured gardens and peaceful forests look absolutely gorgeous. God damn it, why does 17th century Japan look so much cooler and more sophisticated than all the clutter and chaos we have today? Unlike so many other
Different
shows,
culture.
you never get the sense that you're looking at an obvious set built on a soundstage that totally takes you out of the experience.
I mean, at some points it was pretty easy to tell that the backgrounds were CG'd in. I would disagree on that one.
And truly, what an experience
you can tell it was on a budget.
Is, capturing that fascinating combination of strict tradition that governs every word and movement, the slavish pursuit of perfection where even simple morning meals are treated like works of art, and the merciless enforcement of respect and authority where a single insult
They made a big deal out of that.
The point is that the world of Shogun feels real and believable, the battle and action sequences are well staged and suitably gory, and it all gives the impression of a big budget production that had a lot of time and care and thought put into it.
Opposite of what I said, which is the sets themselves. You could tell that it was on a budget.
Over the message, whose main focus is telling a good story rather than pushing tedious 2024 activism. It's a show that I've had an absolute blast watching so far, and to be honest, I think you will too. So for that reason, it gets a hearty recommends from me.
It's pretty good.
That's all.
Where our follow was just kind of a fun watch, Shogun's actually pretty fucking good.
Now.
I said, the biggest problem I think I had with the series was the main protagonist that you follow. He wasn't really a main protagonist as much as just an observer, where he's just there. He doesn't really change much. Critical Drinker said he changed, like he's smart and he's, like able to think on his feet and stuff like that. He is, but like the end result of what he does doesn't really change anything in the story for the most part. It all just happens regardless of him being there. Like, if you just replaced him with a dog, it probably would have turned out relatively the same. Obviously cutting out parts of the plot, but yeah, like he really didn't fucking matter that he was there. It was just something there that the audience could relate to, which is the whole reason he's there. Pretty good. Yeah, the new Star Wars game where they literally turned Han Solo into a chick. Yeah, that's a something. Okay. Let's move on, guys. Good. Shogun was a good watch, though. I'd also recommend it. We're gonna do some Overwatch 2 here tonight, guys. Let's get into the video games. Good. Had a lovely podcast sesh. I know, Idwin loves the video games. It's like, oh my god, Overwatch, I love Overwatch. I was looking at, Manor Lords. I was watching some people play it. It's a new simulator game that came out. Pretty much everyone's heard of it, because apparently I think that the another very engineered scenario. I'm pretty sure like it's like hype on Steam is mainly perpetuated by being engineered. It's not real. Because I did look at it, it looks all right, but it's not like, oh my god, I have to play this no matter what. I was considering playing it though, as an alternative, but we've played so many single-player games. We have to multiplayer for a bit. And there's gonna be plenty more in the future. I do plan on returning to Overwatch 2 as well, or Helldivers 2 as well. I do plan on returning to Helldivers 2 as well, so have to factor that one in. And honestly, like, watching Manor Lords, it really didn't look all... It didn't look all that amazing. Reminds me of playing Banished And Banished wasn't a good game. Everyone hyped it up when I was playing it because it was made by basically one guy. But at the end of the day, it wasn't really that great of a game. So it doesn't really matter if it's made by one guy if it's just not good. I mean, you can like it because it's a feat of strength, right? Someone did something that is very difficult, but other than that, it just wasn't something that I'd play. Okay. I mean, the graphics look pretty good for City Builder, but also it's kind of buggy. A little bit of Anno too, where you have to build. Anno isn't a simulator; it's a spreadsheet simulator. It's about building a certain ratio of buildings to other buildings, as opposed to managing a simulation. Different kind of content, different kind of game. I wouldn't say that it's wrong for doing that, but I'm not a super big fan of them. There's very little replayability.
Been chosen to govern a land of great peril and promise. It has suffered long from the scourge of banditry, but there is another threat, an illegitimate baron who claims the northern territories as his own. Will you prove yourself worthy of this honor, or will you perish by the traitor's steel?
The Game Pass. Ah! Game Pass means you can basically play the game for $10 and never play it again, instead of 30. I've actually done for a lot of games. Combat in this game looks very janky too. Reminds me an awful lot of Total War. I don't know, guys. Maybe I still need to think on this one. Maybe. Maybe not. Like, even though the game looks like this, and you're like, well, the graphics aren't that great, it's designed to be an RTS, or a simulation game where you top down, not super zoomed in on someone's nostrils or something. Very positive. Not good enough yet. Dev asking Discord for advice on how to balance the game. That's not going to go well. You can ask for feedback and not actually do anything people actually suggest as a way of actually finding a way of bettering. Vein is actually important in pretty much every industry in order to figure out what your client base wants. Regardless of you think of this, it's whether or not they're only looking at community advice on how to change things. Taking feedback is very important, but at the same time, obviously, in the case of Blizzard, they legitimately will not take feedback, and at the same time, even if they know something's a good idea, they'll go out of their way to do something slightly different because they want to pretend that they came up with the idea in the first place. Like, it goes to extreme ends of the spectrum, too. That's not, like, I wouldn't be immediately fault the game for someone asking, like, how you should balance the game or what you think is a good idea or questionnaires. I don't think that's their problem at all. Take a look at the ones that matter. So negative. Game's fairly polished and pretty good. Once again, the mid-game, the balance is horrible. The AI claiming territory left and right. While he barely built my manor, mid-game revenue from the manor is too low. Influence gain, mid-game is too low. Constantly struggling with food because farm mechanics aren't scalable. I saw that in the guy's stream that I was watching the other day. It looked like basically the farms are bugged. A lot of the stuff's bugged. A 3-year crop rotation makes little sense as it is right now. I wish it had a 4-year crop rotation to better manage the farms. Big farms are terrible since AI does the entire farming process in 4 stages, which only makes sense with a smaller farm. Villagers are not able to tend big farm fast enough to make it make sense. They should plow and sow at the same time, as well as harvest and store at the same time. Splitting the work evenly or giving me options to split work. The plow upgrade farming does not physical. It actually does slower than using the ox. Okay. Combat is underwhelming. I saw that as well. Quality of life issues. Rallying troops has to be done one by one. I wish you could rally all at once. Selecting multiple troops and giving them an order without moving and holding down right mouse button. No. No way to set production limits, meaning I end up with 1,000+ weapons. Never have planks because of said production limit issues. Logistics are weird in general. Oxen should be able to carry more at once. I mean, that comes down to you turning off and managing your economy. But depending on what level of macro you want in a simulation game, I can see that being an issue for some people. Way to manage markets, meaning all villagers always set up stalls at the first one. Zoning for woodcutters, foresters is non-existent. You get this weird limited working zone option, which does not work properly. Raiders destroy buildings, you cannot tell. There's no fix all button. I'd agree with all this. Most of these are issues. Basically, it comes down to balancing issues. We've talked about this before. Hey, look, guys, Helldivers 2 coming back. Balancing is extremely important in a video game and will make and break the game. You know, you can say what you want about graphics getting people in the door, because graphics do matter, right? But at the end of the day, games do need to be balanced, because if they aren't, you're not going to find them fun. Because at the end of the day, you need to have pros and cons for different things you're doing and how you're doing things and different styles and having room for people to develop their own way of playing the game, right? And at the same time, also making sure there's one path forward that's not confusing if some people need something simple. A lot of potential, but once you realize things are going to turn out, it's actually untenable, like how the game tells you to do plowing and sowing in the autumn, and this results in just wasting work because your crops will be destroyed and then reset when winter comes. You actually plant in the spring, which seems obvious, but is the opposite of what the game tells you to do. Similarly, combat is strained with outnumbered archers, sometimes defeating spearmen in pure melee. Flanking the surrounding enemy formations also seems to grant no benefit. Every time you get, yeah, it's basically like, people are just like stat sticks. The combat is there, like I said, it's kind of like Warhammer. Not Warhammer, Total War in some cases, where you basically have stats fighting against each other, and it's nothing to do with the way things look. Overall balance of the competition with the off-map rival lord is strange, with them claiming at least 4 territories. There's only 8 on the whole map before you likely have enough resources to take 1 additional plot. But on the population and industrial, stuff like this is usually because AI cheats in video games. Instead of actually making AI that's smart, it's easier to script AI that's dumb and then just give them a bonus to shit that they're doing, which makes them do really stupid shit. Anno has issues with this where the AI was really bad, and it just constantly just like took over parts of them. Like, I literally couldn't stop them from taking things because they would just constantly rebuild it. They had like no resources in the term of actually supplying the band, right? Gathering resources. They just constantly had a feed. So, yeah. You know what's banned from Flat's channel? I hope not. You can do you though. This isn't a refuge where you get to piss on other streamers, by the way. Another region, the armies could also tend to be about twice. Also, I don't think Flat streams the kick, does he? Most streamers on Twitch are still poo-pooing about kick being a thing that you're not supposed to stream to. Oh, it offends my nose that you might be on the kick platform. You can't do this. You can only stream to the tubes. My nose has smelled the poo-poo of the kick. You cannot stream to such a platform. Yeah, fuck off. Oh, it came out across as a cheeseburger for some reason. That being said, oftentimes, you know, unrelated to Flats or any other streamer, I generally won't talk, and if it turns into something where it might be an argument, I just stop talking, is basically what it comes down to. Because you can't, most streamers do not allow you to argue with them. They will advocate. They will try and make you think that you can argue with them when in fact they just want to make it seem like there's an opposition they can then ban. And that being said, if you're an asshole in my chat, I will ban you. But that being said, also I'm not against people just like, you know, voicing whatever they're thinking as well. But you know, assholism I will ban when people just get out of the way and then just start like trying to shit on you. Yeah, not a fan of that. I've put up with that in the past. I don't do that anymore. But a lot of bigger streamers will pretend that they are like they're having some sort of legitimate conversation when in fact it's essentially a meter of how far you can build up before you get banned is what it comes down to. And that's like one of the reasons I also don't talk in a lot of chats, because there's no point in actually engaging in such a scenario. Oh, the surprise, it's related to the identity politics surrounding Venture. Yeah. I mean, that's also a scale on how much people will put up with. If you just immediately, like, if you unintentionally mispronoun, and then if you intentionally mispronoun, and then at the same time some people are just extremely politically correct about the issue too in general. To be perfectly honest, as long as they don't go into the extreme ends of the spectrum for the most part. But yeah, it's almost as if that was an engineered scenario by Blizzard and they knew that was going to happen. The weird thing about this, by the way, is it's going to eventually reach a tipping point. What is that called? Inflection point. It's going to eventually reach an inflection point where people that are politically correct are going to tell Blizzard that they have to ban people that are misgendering them in game, or Blizzard's going to look bad, and then they're going to have to do that. So basically, they essentially willingly put themselves in a situation in which they're going to have to now manage the policy that they just put into the game, regardless of what you might think about the character being added. Venture, by the way, looks to be a really fun character. Regardless of all the shit that's attached to Venture, actually looks like a really fun character. But they attach the identity politics to the issue. And as such, it's eventually going to reach a tipping point in which people are going to say that Blizzard doesn't care unless they ban people for misgendering them in game. It's the end case scenario. Another reason why, by the way, to not ever talk in Blizzard games ever. Just don't talk. Don't ever say anything in Blizzard games because Big Nanny Blizzard is always watching. Yeah, just don't do it because you can't. It just comes down to who's hurt the most and who cries first, and you just, yeah. I'm a big fan, by the way. You should be able to. I'm a big fan. You should be able to block people like that people are harassing you 100%. And by the way, I'm not saying that no censorship is the answer either. Like extreme bigotry and racism, yeah, definitely ban that fucks. But like you're getting like Blizzard is well across that territory and is now more into just nannying things, and whoever basically acts like the most hurt is the one that wins. So you just don't say anything ever, and it's like basically just led to a scenario where everyone's just like sitting there with their shiv going like one of those things in your back, and you're like, oh, it's not being aggressive. I'm passive aggressive. And you're like, it's the same fucking thing. If you're passive aggressive, you are aggressive. You can choose whichever way you do it. But if you're being a passive aggressive prick, it's basically the same thing as being an aggressive prick. So people can say what they want. It's the same shit. You just because you're sitting there with your shiv going at someone's kidneys doesn't mean that you aren't trying to shiv them. You know, so. But this is the situation Blizzard brought on themselves. I think they got ahead of themselves with the whole idea that they're going to make something more inclusive and like different to kind of to step out of, like, you know, be a little bit more appealing to modern audiences and video gamers, because there's a big community in the LGBT community is pretty big in Overwatch games, just like Dead by Daylight, and they might have just fucked themselves by doing so, because it's going to, putting aside the fact that people are going to accidentally misgender. In general, not tell you unintentional, just accidentally say it, which happens to me. People are going to do that. You're gonna have to split hairs on it, and then you're gonna have to start banning people. So, like, yeah, it was like they loaded the deck intentionally, but I don't think they did. I think they were trying to do something different. It just didn't work out. I don't think it's gonna work out, because it is 100% going to go to the point where people are going to tell them, Blizzard, that they have to ban people that misgender. So, here we are, guys. This is the world we live in. Welcome to the box. Also, another reason, once again, to never talk in Blizzard games ever. They've ruined their own community. That's great. But, yeah, that'll happen. Anyways, Manor Lords, guys. Yeah, I was thinking about playing it, and it looks very buggy. I would agree with that, so maybe we won't. Maybe we'll come back to it at a later date. It could just be something. Simulator games aren't really something you can play on Twitch. You can when they're trending, but you can't when they're like once their limelight is gone, basically no one watches them. So you can say that you wanna play them all you want, or like it's something you really enjoy, but unless you're a big streamer, that's just gonna come and go. So we may not even have another chance to play Manor Lords. Like City Skylines too. It was big, and then that. One second, guys. Oh. Still no options for that. Anyways, we got off topic. I mainly wanted to talk about Manor Lords. Because there's something I was looking into playing, but I don't think we're going to play it. Oh. But tonight, guys, more Pharah, so you have that. Gonna get a lot of cheaters tonight. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out, guys. Grab a water, grab a soda. I will be right back. 1 second. Alrighty, guys. Found out I had a case of cherry Pepsi I didn't open. I bought it a couple weeks ago, a week ago. Shit. Well, fun. Lots of controversy going on right now, guys. Follow TikTok, by the way. Only thing I'll ever be on my TikTok is my stream. Ah.
Strike from above. Up and away. Elimination mid-ascent.
Yesterday, my fucking aim felt off. Last game of the day. Why?
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Double, triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. Move. Taking off. Justice served. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Everyone has a plan until a rocket hits them in the face. Double picked off. I don't think so.
Ah, we're dead.
Time to pick up where I left off.
Voice line?
Taking to the air. Double kill. Repulsion.
A lot more deaths playing Pharah now, by the way. You has to overexpose yourself constantly.
Triple kill. Multiple targets eliminated.
I think that's inevitability of playing with the new Pharah, is you're just going to die a lot more. You can't hold the same sight lines and be as safe as you used to. That's what people wanted.
Double kill. Splash. Establishing aerial position. Look out for that first step. Double kill.
Still can't use my hand cam, by the way, guys. It causes too much CPU utilization, unfortunately.
Double. Double kill. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed.
I was thinking about swapping my CPU out on my streaming PC for a 3900X that I have laying around.
Up and away.
I was planning on selling that. First game.
Arriving at an hub. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Tours? Next game.
Strike from above. Establishing aerial double kill. Scattered. I'm on top of the world. Double messy, but we got it done. I don't think so.
First game of the night, and immediately see two people's names that I recognize on the enemy team.
Double up
Not on my team. We're split between them. Yeah, we're just gonna re-roll. We're just gonna re-roll. Because it turns out I can. Too much of a coincidence.
Triple
Despite this game being relatively dead, quick play is not that dead.
elimination mid-ascent.
Huge stutter. Thanks, Blizzard. No, I don't have cheats on my computer, by the way, Blizzard. Doesn't matter how much you scan my computer. I have no idea what does that, by the way. I assume it's the Blizzard anti-cheat, but it doesn't help anyone else, so... Have a bad PC. Overwatch, huge stutter. Update your drivers, okay. Just once. It's usually only one time when I run Overwatch does that. Doing that for like a year though. A lot of snake oil fixes. Yep. Like my mouse is not going to the right spots on the screen. Question. Really, that stuff started happening yesterday. I've been playing without my name hidden for a day. But I've been on Overwatch for like a week.
Bunch. This should be quick.
Greetings. Greetings. Hello there.
Good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective. Hello.
Commence combat operation.
And we just got two-tapped. Right out of the gates. Probably already had someone cheating. I mentioned before, like, one of the biggest... like, if you have streamer mode on, it, like, instantly gets people to fucking toggle on. Me?
Shake it off. Into the air. Justice served.
Pretty sure the Ashe is cheating.
Dynamite out. Let's show him some air power. Up and away.
And my tech didn't work for some reason.
Thanks for the assist.
I'm gonna have to restart my PC after this too. For some reason my shots feel delayed. I don't know why.
An enemy.
Huh. Yeah. The fucking Ashe is just throwing dynamite on my exact position behind walls. Ah! Nice.
No one can hide from my sight.
My shots all feel super delayed. Good. Yeah, my shift isn't up, which is why I didn't go out. Good. Huh? Uh-huh. Just verifying... This guy's 100% watching people through walls. This guy's definitely cheating. Verifying that we're getting focused here.
Always more to learn.
Good. No. No, they're following me around the map right now. Why we double backed immediately. The accurate bat. No. You're just trying to play bouncy castle here and brain me while jumping up. Aren't gonna give him line of sight. Wait till this ends. And they forgot about me. They're literally just fucking trying to go around the building trying to kill me. Is this a pre-made? I mean, I do have a Mercy heal bot. Pharah's not what she used to be, though, guys. Uh-huh. Hey, these guys legit are just trying to get line of sight on me to try and kill me. No, right on my face again. I hit him direct. We're gonna kite them backwards.
Much better.
We're supposed to give our teammates enough time to actually leave spawn. That guy's legit just watching a wall. What? We just saw him fucking staring at a wall. Yes.
But we got it done. I am in power. I think so.
That.
Thanks for the assist. Restored.
Right on my face the moment I peered around the doorway. That it's a hard lock when the pig got pulled. The BAP is 100% cheating as well.
I don't want to talk about it.
Depending on the aimbot, if there's a prolonged attack, sometimes happens with Anna too. If there's a prolonged attack, like the 3-round burst from the BAP pistol, the BAP rifle, it'll maintain lock during it, but sometimes it fucks up and there's no humanization. So when the pig got pulled during the middle of the BAP shot, it hard locked the guy's face at the same time. Mercy.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Yep, there it is. Pretty sure there's a pre-made. And my E fucked up just now. Fully expected her to recall, which is why I didn't turn around. She didn't.
Positioning underway.
Good. Nope, she's 100% cheating. I already called her out earlier in the match. That's why we aren't talking about her anymore. The BAP also very certain is cheating based on the hard lock during his fire. The Anna might also be cheating, as well as the Tracer, but those I'm not sure about. But yeah, you got it. You got it, bro. No, this guy is legit just like fucking hard aimbotting.
Positioning. I will not waste this opportunity.
We should have checked for squads. This guy's 100% cheating too, as can be seen by his damage. Support Ash right away. This guy paid for endorsements too.
She's gonna blow. Bob, get out of there.
The pig we also saw. This might just be a cheat squad, which you occasionally get on lobbies or get on the weekends. Baptiste, we're going to immediately report. Yeah, there's a lot of people that cheat. It is very easy to cheat. I can't do it with you guys. Like, it'd be nice to have an educational stream where I could show you guys cheats. I can't do that, and I don't cheat myself because it's against TOS and multiple platforms I stream to. Just type Overwatch 2 cheats into Google, and yeah. As it turns out, we live in a day and age where a lot of people get their thrills just based on Basically, they want people to validate their existence. They don't want to work for anything, so... Yeah, there's a lot of people that fucking cheat. This is one of our worst games. The game prior to this, we had a queue prior to this, guys. And the first 2 people I saw, I immediately saw 2 people on the enemy team that I've reported before. And then we just noped down to the next game. Like, immediately. So there might be some shenanigans going on here, too. It's usually why I have a delay on my stream. But because I have a queue delay, I thought it wouldn't matter. Depending on how fast they're burning quick play queues, though, they might just look to see if I'm in the lobby, quit, and then re-queue. Eventually we'll catch up with them, but there's going to be some... also, the Tracer and possibly... So this guy, we didn't really... It wasn't the majority of the match. We saw him literally just fucking staring at a wall at the end there. Let's go take a look at that. That was the weird spot for him. Like, this is almost an entire team of sus players. Which is why usually I check for squads, and I didn't this time around. I mentioned it, but I didn't. There's a lot of people that get really bent out of shape when you check squads. Like, really bent out of shape. Where's the part where he's just fucking staring at a wall? That's when I kited him around. I tried to give my teammates time to go into the game. Or, to go in the front, because a lot of people were following me. It's like 3 guys were following me around. It is easier to look at from my perspective. At the end? Far. Where the fuck was it? Yeah. I can't find it. Let's just watch the hog. I thought I was gonna save time doing that. Yeah, there's most people will only think people that are cheating, or especially streamers will only report people that are like rage hacking. Because it's the safest. And even then sometimes they won't. It's the safest way to report people without generating any sort of controversy, is only if you see people rage hacking. Which is extraordinarily rare. Most... This it? That's it! That was it! I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Right here. Guess maybe he's just watching Tracer. Still looks like he's watching people through walls right now. Not watching the angles, he's just watching the wall. Watching the hog behind the wall. Yeah. He's not covering angles very well. Legit just, like I said, I should have checked for a pre-made. However, people can break pre-mades when they get in the game, and then, like, you can't check. Like, he's not even looking, he's just looking at a wall. Bunch of targets he could be looking at right here. But this isn't what I was looking at, though.
My ultimate is charging.
He just snapped to the hog, snapped back to the sojourn behind the wall, not at Z-axis. We talked about this before. For some reason, when it snaps people behind walls, it's not an XY axis, it's just a Z-axis. So vertically aligned with their position.
Watch your back.
I don't think so. Someone stop that payload!
Watching the sojourn behind the wall.
Not so fast.
Let them out. Everyone feeling better?
Life Weaver.
Get ready for a fight.
Watching the sojourn behind the wall. Mercy? Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the Ashe was cheating, and the BAP. BAP also had, I think, more damage than their other DPS. Just following the fucking sojourn behind the wall.
Let's give it to him.
This guy's aim is literally all over the fucking place, too. Staring at walls again. Like, obviously the cart's there. The cart doesn't tell you information about where people are, though. It can give you a general idea where people are. Watching the hog behind the wall right now. This guy's 100% cheating. He knows this fucking guy is sitting behind the pillar right now. There's too many of these for that just to actually just be random coincidence. Fucking stares at the pillars and stares at walls. That's the sojourn behind the rock, by the way. Didn't have health bars on, he shouldn't have known she was there. Snap to the hog through the wall. There's still the hog, by the way. It's just watching this guy through the wall. This isn't peeking the corner or anything, he's just looking at this guy through the wall. What is he doing? This is pretty straightforward at this point. Once again, the weird thing is, guys, when people are cheating and they're not very good, it makes for really... We talked about this yesterday. It makes for really, really, really fucking janky gameplay. Because it looks really weird. And sometimes you'll be like, well, that looks kind of normal. And then sometimes, like, if they're really bad, sometimes it'll look like they might be cheating when they're just being lazy and staring at a wall. Gamepad players do this all the time. Or they won't check angles and they'll just strafe out while looking at walls. All the work. This guy's aim is all fucking over.
This ends now.
It's like super shaky too. That's the Anna behind the wall. You might have saw a Kurt tail though. Coat tail. They saw her coat tail. Once again, you can't see health bars till you hurt someone, or I think weirdly when people are pointed out, sometimes they'll show you health bars. He's just fucking watching a wall again. It's shit like this, like I mentioned. He's not covering angles, he's just watching a wall. Can't see anything right now, guys. Only thing back here is our team, which you can't see. He's doing this to set up his hooks and his shots. That's corner, alright, sure, right? That's corner. Earlier, too, like I mentioned, was what we caught him, like, staring at the wall. This is just a wall. He is legit just looking at a wall right now. He's watching what our team is doing behind the wall. I'd even say his aim looks relatively normal, but very much looks like he has a wall hack. Following the hog behind the wall. Game. Watching walls again. Still watching walls. Okay, enough of this. I don't think like aimbot, I wouldn't report him for that, but he definitely looks like he has a wall hack. Okay, let's take a look at the tracer now.
Ready for battle.
Tracer was very annoying. Basically what tracers do, so. But we've talked about the pedal platform anti-cheat before, guys. We talked about the pedal platform anti-cheat before, where it's somehow, for some strange reason, Lifeweaver's trees and his pedal platform will grow. Like, it will hardlock people through walls. I don't know why. I think it's a peculiarity of, that's a pedal platform right there. That's a peculiarity of certain cheats will do this. Yeah. Which is what I just immediately noticed, is he did this, and then he shot the Lifeweaver, I think, after this. That's the pedal platform, right?
Up and at him.
That's the Lifeweaver. So this guy got pissed off that his aim got locked to the pedal platform through the wall, and now he's shooting at the Lifeweaver through the wall to vent his frustration. So, Initial remarks here, guys, is we already have something that's a pretty big red flag. It's not uncommon, by the way, for people to shoot walls. It's not uncommon, just like whatever, especially if they're testing weapons or something like that. But he's not shooting weapons. He shot the pedal platform, or he snapped the pedal platform on accident. Then he got pissed off because that happened, and now he's shooting at the life weaver through the wall. But we'll see. Possible accidental snap through the wall just now. You can see here. Right. He stops it right away. There. Box. Might just be a random artifact. Let's see. By the way, cheating tracers are one of the most fucking annoying things in the world. Tracer is actually a very good character. The part of Tracer that actually makes her very difficult is being able to orient yourself properly and be able to keep up with targeting while dashing. And as it turns out, when you're using an aimbot, it takes all that work out of it, so all you have to do is basically your movement. Not very good. Slow reaction, just late reactions to unknown.
My ultimate is fully charged. Get into it. Not at my position.
Boost administered.
He is definitely on comms. He did something just now. He's definitely on comms or group with these guys. Other guy that's not very good and weirdly fucking sus. Why is his aim so chunky?
Give up? Not in my vocabulary. Someone stop that payload.
Controller player? That right there? That's either gamepad aim, possibly an aimbot artifact. Normal. Right there. Which is just completely linked.
Let them up.
Back to normal again.
Everyone feeling better?
Dead hog. Perfectly normal. Me, by the way.
Stay out of my way. I'll take a reader. My ultimate is almost ready. Justice.
Like, he doesn't even look the right directions towards people. Like, he doesn't cover the right angles, and then he just stares at walls. Then his aim just goes like limp dick. I don't know. Like, it clearly looks like he doesn't know how to play the character. Like, he's not remotely close enough to do damage correctly, right? The damage fell off on Tracer. Firing at Rand, nothing. You know, this guy was behind the rocket over here. He goes after the hog right here. You can see his teammates, obviously.
This ends now. Someone stop that payload.
Like a gold player, maybe with an aimbot. It's like he doesn't even know what he wants to shoot at. Shooting at whatever it goes to. Just randomly swapping between targets. Like I said, it's like he doesn't even know what he wants to shoot. Pulse bombs always hit. Which is arguably one of the most difficult things for tracers to do, by the way. As is the case when you see top 500 players like fuck up with your pulse bombs all the time. Accidental target swap. Guys, like I said, when people are cheating, guys, and they're bad, it looks really, really fucking janky. Like gold players cheating, it looks really fucking weird.
30 seconds remaining.
Like slow reaction time. General. Watching people through walls. Pretty sure he has a wall hack. Like, what I'm trying to figure out right now is... What I'm trying to figure out right now, guys... Even when the cheats are bad... So you can... People don't just cheat at the highest level in terms of game skill. So you can have someone that is poorly skilled and cheats, and someone that is highly skilled and cheats. It's like giving yourself a modifier that just drastically increases how good you are at the game. So you're going to have people that aren't good, but do cheat, and then it like bumps them up from like gold to like diamond. And then you have people that are like masters that cheat, and bumps them from masters to GM and GM to top 500, right? It's like an incremental increase in your skill level. So you will have people along the way that can be bad and cheat, which is what we're watching. The hog was bad, and this guy also looks like he's bad. And what I'm trying to figure out right now is exactly what's going on with his aim, because it definitely looks like that fucking pedal platform at the beginning. Yeah, and then you immediately see him try to take it out in the life weaver through a wall. I don't think that was fucking random. That definitely did not look random at all. What we're trying to figure out.
We're almost there. Keep it together.
He's just watching people through the wall. He just literally dashed into the wall. Yeah, like this guy is... I don't think you could look at this and say this guy is remotely good. Like I said, this is a really fucking weird game. First game of the night, extremely weird. Shooting at nothing. Back. This could be a... I'd say maybe it's a Zim user, but once again, it looks like he has a wall hack. Accidental target swap to the life lever. Trying to figure out exactly what's going on with his aim at this point. I think it locks to your X or your Z axis, so it goes up and down in the center area of your character, which is why you see so much vertical deviation and very little horizontal deviation. Doing something. Aim is extremely, like, you see that?
Hold back. My ultimate is charging.
Like, this is what I pointed out earlier in the stairwell. Shit like this.
Hold back.
Right there, it just latched to the other guy through the wall. Is that the Life Weaver platform again? No, Life Weaver platform's up. Is that the pig or the Life Weaver?
My ultimate is charging.
Pig. There's a stuttering again. Maybe it's easier to see when you're going full speed. There. That, like the completely So if you have a mouse, guys, try drawing straight lines. Straight lines XY axis on your mouse pad, or then try drawing a spiral. You'll notice it's relatively difficult to do, because there will be some variation up and down, right? When you're moving your mouse, there'll be some variation up and down. And there's no real reason to actually do it in the first place, to make a completely straight line in a video game. It's a really weird one. It's like the Hog was like the same way. Hog clearly had a wall hack. His aim was all over the fucking place, though. Like I said, I should have checked the squad, and I didn't. Let's see if they're grouped together. Never misses a fucking pulse bomb. By the way, our teammates... That was an extremely clutch save, by the way. If you guys missed that just now, while I was being pulse bombed, the Life Weaver saved me with the immunity from the pull. I gave him a yes, but that was really... I should actually... I don't think I endorsed him. Never... Despite this guy's fucking horrible aim, he never fucking misses a pulse bomb. Yep, pop shot, weird. Well, we aren't looking at the Widow. Fuck that. I don't want to spend a fucking hour looking at a demo.
Stop the payload.
Someone stop that payload!
Got pop shot coming out of a fucking hallway. Life Weaver? Just late reaction in general. Trying to shoot him through the wall. Watching the Hog completely the entire time he's dropping down. He's not actually looking at the doorway. Completely lost after dashing despite his aim. This is really fucking weird. Watching the Hog through the wall. Watching our teammates through the wall. Yeah. Fuck me, guys. Was this... Did we report 5? This might be a 5-banger. This is fucking weird. Like I said, usually when you see like 5 or 4 people reporting, unless you get really unlucky, or you have streamer mode on, because apparently that makes you more likely to be targeted, it usually means it's a pre-made. We didn't check. At this guy. Take a look at Anna now. Anna looked relatively... She was throwing fucking... Oh, the Ashe. I didn't put it in the fucking... Ashe was very obviously cheating. Ashe was fucking throwing dynamite on me constantly behind cover. Just like wherever it's about to show up through and come out from. Very fucking annoying. Anna can do something similar with her biotic grenade, which is also very fucking annoying. I think was normal though.
Let them up.
Almost ready.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Oh, I forgot to put in the fucking pedal platform lock through the wall, didn't I? Yeah. That was something. It was like literally the first thing we saw. Oh, the Tracer also does not miss pulse bomb. Ever. Despite being bad. This guy's aim is making little circles on his screen for some reason. Like this. And while it is relatively uncommon, you do occasionally get cheat squads on the weekend that make burner accounts to cheat on. Sojourn, by the way. That's me through the wall, by the way. Pig. Other pig.
Completely healed.
just ignoring me up there? That's pig through the wall.
Let them up.
Whenever he's aiming his mouse, like when you see him aiming like horizontally, it looks like he's doing one of these. I pointed out at the beginning. Watching the Roadhog through the wall. Watching the McCree through the wall. Doing it again. It does one of these things when he's aiming around. Horizontally. Like, whenever he goes to fire, it does it? Watching me through the wall. Okay, yeah. That's a 5-banger, guys. Right. Like, I think if I didn't see the fucking oscillations with the horizontal aim, I would actually think this guy was relatively normal. That's not something when you're aiming. Well, I did say it's next to impossible to make a straight line, right, with the mouse. If you have a purely linear straight line, like you're drawing in paint with the paint tool, make it a purely straight line, you'll always have a certain amount of variation in it. It's a little bit different if you're going like this. If you're going like this while you're aiming, there's something that's pretty fucked up with your aim. I mean, it could be someone that's disabled. I highly doubt it, though. These diamonds? What do we have here, too? GM. Former GM. That hog was not good. Anna, which is the guy with the oscillating aim. Can't tell. Ash was definitely cheating. Probably a Masters now. Got ranked. Master. Tracer looked like a gold. Baptiste was also cheating. We didn't even need to watch Baptiste. When, like I said, so some aimbots, when you during the middle of the shot, Anna will also sometimes be this way during the middle of the shot. It's like there's a quarter-second window in which the shot is open, in which the aimbot hard locks. And I don't know why it happens, but I've seen it happen multiple times. So when Anna fires, and like let's say someone gets pulled, or they get some sort of high-velocity maneuver that pulls them away really fast, you can sometimes see that Anna's aim hard locked to the character when it moves. In the case of this game, we saw, I think it was a Roadhog that got pulled, and the Baptiste headshot him, but during the 3-round burst of the headshot, after the first bullet, he got pulled, and then it hard locked to the guy's head as he was being pulled, which is not normal. You'd normally just miss the rest of the shot. Better aimbots, you would miss the shot, but in the case of the Baptiste, we saw just literally just hard locked to the guy. Okay, I need to restart my computer. I don't know, there's something janky going on, so. Nice game, as well. Janky going on with my aim, because my aim wasn't on either. Tracer looked like a gold with an aimbot. Ash is definitely cheating. The Roadhog definitely had a wall hack. Anna definitely was cheating as well. He had the fucking aim going like this while he's firing, or tracking someone horizontally. Good, fun. Weekend brings out the best, guys. Only the best. One second.
weren't watching the sky.
And 300 MS.
Strike from above. Hitting to the air. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. My rockets are you.
Double
You
kill.
weren't watching the skies. Mind the gap.
Double kill.
Up and away. Maximum impact.
Double. Triple kill.
Multiple hits confirmed. Move.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Justice served.
Alright, next game. Fun. Happy Saturday, guys. Sunday. Happy Sunday. Pretty good. Hear what happened to this guy, guys. Can you figure it out? Fucking weird when people have something happen in their life and then they just make a username they just make a username based off of it. Yeah.
Strike from above.
Only usernames can tell
There's
stories.
always room for improvement. Greetings. Yes. That's hard vacuum, baby.
5,
Flying the friendly
Good.
skies.
2, 1.
Thanks for the assist.
Commence attack on
Taking off.
objective C.
Questionable choices to a minimum.
Really enough, haven't seen a lot of Venture. You think it'd be the new hero everyone's playing, and as far as I can tell, she's not actually bad. They're not actually bad, so...
Let's show them some air power. En route. Increasing repositioning. On the move.
Objective lost.
Establishing area. Shake it off. En route.
Objective unlocked.
I will not let you fall. Thanks for the assist. Taking off. Check confirmed.
Objective capture. Advanced objective C.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Oh my god. That, their whole team just fucking ran through. Like, they didn't even bother stopping. They're just like, I'm gonna run all the way to the other side of the point instead of holding a position. God. Wait, I don't actually know the map to backpedal through it. Ran away? Oh my god! Very stuttery aim.
Heroes never die. This ends now.
Enemy advances on our
I will not waste this opportunity.
Surrender my will.
I need healing. Position. Enemy over here.
And the headshot. When in doubt, guys, headshot out. Just trigger the headshot. I'll stop that Pharah good. Headshot, headshot. Oh, it's a double headshot too. Wow. Okay. Yeah, just triggered the headshots. Just turn on the headshots, you know. Ways.
I don't stay down. On the move.
Yep. I just died while unable to do anything because I was hindered. Fuck you, McCree. Dead.
I don't want to talk about it.
Spotted an enemy.
There's much for you to do.
Over there.
On the move. Positioning. I see an enemy. Concussive out. Enemy over here.
Oh, they don't have a mercy anymore, do they? I was expecting a res.
Thank you.
Always
Taking
more to
over the
learn.
objective.
Fuck am I even going?
En route. I will not waste this opportunity. Excellent teamwork. Excavation initiation.
Have to be mindful of this McCree. Like, literally just misses a bunch and then he just two-taps me. Tried.
Okay, my head's in the game. Repositioning. Repositioning underway.
Ah.
Over there.
On the move.
Fuck's the tracer? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Nose. Just baited that. Got him.
Enemy over here. Just cutting down on the glare.
Wants to meet to me, and he lost. GG, guys.
Play the game.
Alright, let's take a look at McCree-san. Gigantic fucking stutter. Apparently Blizzard's checking my files.
Ready for battle.
Third the way through the match. Halfway? Halfway through the match. Got 2 tapped right out of the gates. Completely lost the Mercy. Falling the Mercy through the wall. This might be a set percent miss. Very close to hard lock during Fan the Hammer.
I'll be taking the objection.
Full reaction. Reaction. Hit reg misses.
There's fire.
And the wall.
Thanks, Doc.
Goes though. Come from though. Full reaction.
Thanks, Doc.
Face the defender of
Trigger finger still. Really feeling the heat. They got us outnumbered. Keep
On target and then he misses.
You're stuck.
That's me before I came around the corner.
You're stuck.
That's prior to even seeing the missile. He was snapped to me. This guy's 100% cheating. Good. Well, he got the double headshot on me right out of the gates. That was good for him. Had to make sure I died. I did. So set percent miss is one of the ways you can figure it out. By the way, set percent miss is when people don't want to micromanage their aimbot and they don't want to actually to climb too high. It will automatically miss shots for you. But when it misses, usually there's a distribution around the target itself. So you can figure it out. They always miss the same amount around targets. And sometimes it'll even look like they're on target and then they'll just miss. Like, they'll look like they're going to shoot you and then it just snaps to the side and misses you. Depends on how the aimbot's programmed. Pretty good. Happy Sunday, guys.
Splash. We strike again and again.
Dude, so, like, I've kept up with, like, I've played World of Warcraft for years, right? And there's always been some form of Barons chat in World of Warcraft, right? Whether it's trade chat or Barons itself way back in the day. But, like, the quality of, like, people talking is drastically decreased after, like, COVID. Like, COVID did a number on people, like, in their ability to, and then I think TikTok did another number on people, and their ability to socialize with people in some sort of, not even articulate, but just being able to communicate. I'm not talking about people like being derps or memeing either. Like just their ability to maintain a sentient conversation with people. Like you probably have a better conversation with dolphins or something at this point. Fucking weird.
Multiple targets eliminated.
I know dolphins are actually quite the conversationalists. It's also probably why people don't talk, because they can't put thoughts together, maybe. Maybe? I don't know. Obviously, some people don't want to talk, because Blizzard's a big, Annie.
Get off my map.
Double kill.
Weird. Thanks, game.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Good.
Great strike from above. Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
That's a tough one to keep tabs on, is like basically people's linguistic skills over time. General conversations, public conversations.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Positioning underway.
I found you.
Work as a team, everyone. Enemy here. Excellent team.
What? Care too much about a turret. They're literally playing protect the turret right now, so fucking watch me through the roof. That's weird. Dead.
The skies await. Increasing altitude.
Good. I went over to the fucking Lucio to get healed, guys, and Lucio ran away from me.
I don't stay down.
Good.
Positioning underway.
I see an enemy.
Definitely getting focused, and for some reason our teammates were literally fucking sitting over the side where there's no enemies. There's nothing there. Like, is this just like, are they trying to do like fucking esports strats or something?
Returning to battle.
Like, wait in the side building to engage when they take the point?
I see an enemy.
Punching him was what was important, guys.
Yes.
Let's show him some air power.
I am on the objective. Report here now.
Break it. Damn!
Pass into the iris.
Fide mal suyo!
My ultimate is fully charged.
Let them out.
Quite an effective placement. Okay, my head's in the game. Increasing altitude. Nano booster administered. I am securing the point.
Best round lost.
Pretty sure the BAP's cheating based on him flicking away after the shots after he finishes locking to me. We are definitely getting focused. At the same time, it definitely seems like our teammates aren't trying to help us, which is kind of weird. I'm sure we're gonna get hate this match, just wait for it.
Keep in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
Yep, did absolutely nothing. Symmetra might be cheating as well. We have to take a look at a replay for that, though. Nothing to do with the turrets, by the way.
Don't let that get you. It's time to focus. Messy, but we got it done.
And can't fly anymore. Good.
Taking the point, move in. I'm taking the objective. Bird on me.
Oh, that's good.
The skies await. Establishing aerial position.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Threats detected.
Get in time, guys. Good. Good.
Up and away. Face the sunrise!
Drawing a perimeter on the objective.
Increasing altitude.
Hello, I'm on my way.
That's something. How do you think that guy knew he was about to die to my missile? Check for a pre-made to piss him off.
They're taking the point. Push them out. Over here.
That's not what I wanted to do.
All systems nominal.
Огонь по готовности.
Random RNG.
Positioning underway.
Huh. It's like you knew.
Overtime.
Up and away.
The moment I show up, instantly. Lantern.
Help here.
You guys definitely cheating. Basically hardlocked your chest. Tracer.
Take heed.
Returning to battle.
Play of the game.
We got there.
We'll take a look at Symmetra. Yeah, pretty sure he's cheating as well. Yep.
Ready for battle.
Weekends are fun, 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 guys! Oh, yeah. Overshoots.
Let them up.
Take a look at the Symmetra. Symmetra I'm not sure of. Symmetra just sometimes, you know, obviously can have some clutch shots. We've definitely seen Symmetra with the aimbots.
Ready for
Nothing to do with the turrets earlier. Hanzo through the wall. Symmetra's projectiles have a really long lead time. That was a snap to the Hanzo through the wall from the looks of it. Okay, this guy's cheating. Petra. Yeah, next game. Fun. Well, as I mentioned before, guys, if you get one cheater, you can usually deal with it. If you get two cheaters, you're probably not going to win unless you got a cheater on your team. And three cheaters, there's no way of dealing with it. Especially when you're getting focused, and that's what happened there. So, good. Next game.
Strike from above, up and away. Elimination mid-ascent.
All three of those guys had very, very notable behavior. Where we had those guys earlier, that entire team of people I reported, like we had to sit there and fucking watch a demo for like 40 minutes.
When I'm hitting my
Those
shots,
guys were very obvious. Well, relatively obvious.
double. I don't think so. Taking off. Splash. Blasted.
Well, fun.
Sky. Splash. Damage. Forgot your parachute? Taking to the air.
Double kill. Double
Blasted. Terminated.
double kill.
Where's your jetpack? Messy, but we got it done.
Double kill.
I don't think so. Establishing aerial position.
Double
You
kill.
weren't watching the skies.
Double kill.
Do 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 do. Now we wait. And we wait. Oh. How many cheaters are we gonna get this game, guys? Let's find out.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Pretty good.
Strike from above.
Why Rome? Do as the Romans do. And I sure hope the Romans like studying olives.
Into the air.
Romans loved fucking bathing, guys. Do as the Romans do. Romans.
Hello.
And pop shot. Not a good sign. Probably means their fucking Widow is cheating. Yep, he's cheating. Good. Not only was it a pop shot, he was looking directly at my position through the wall prior to coming around the wall. At C height. Fucking phenomenal. So the Widow's definitely cheating right out of the gates.
I see an enemy. Over here.
On the move. Enemy here.
Get off, bitch.
I don't think so.
You're what?
Oh, there's that. Boop.
Health restored.
What? Oh my god. No! I needed that.
No one can hide from my sight. The skies await.
Yeah? Definitely not for me, guys. What the fuck is that guy even aiming at?
Returning to battle. Taking to the air. Plotting out the distance. Stay down. Increasing altitude.
That's the Widow, by the way.
We need to
Beam through the wall.
Let's show him some air power. Positioning. Justice reigns from above. Nanu returning to battle. Up and away.
The enemy begins to move along their path.
I'm taking off.
Bro,
We will unify our
you gotta be fucking kidding me.
yours.
Widow or what is that over here? Something's over here.
Excellent teamwork. Heads up.
No! This last one. Oh, he left. That's unfortunate. That was the guy that was for sure cheating. Yes. Yep.
Enemy team neutralized.
My ultimate is almost charged.
Still gonna report him though, guys. That was like an instant report when we saw that. God. Watching the Ryan through the wall. Yeah, that pre-aimed me through the wall earlier. That guy's 100% cheating.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Jesus fucking Christ. He's like in the middle. If you guys remember Unreal Tournament, guys, how they had those like fucking, it was like, you know how like Street Fighter has like moving backgrounds and shit? Like there's missions in
Justice reigns from above. prepared.
Stop the robots.
They have like those super fast moving backgrounds, like you're in a fight scene or like flying in an airplane or something like that. Like Unreal Tournament had that, only like the background was actually moving. Like made it like super fucking trippy. It's like what we're watching with the McCree, only is like perfectly aimable, getting bopped around. It's like he's not even getting moved at all. Just like, and it wasn't just like following the target, like he's like flicking away and then flicking back to the target too. Yeah.
Keep pushing.
My ultimate is almost charged.
What? Guy. Oh, buddy. Yeah, well, I'm dead. Still not exactly sure why Maze don't use their, like, almost none of them use their, mouse one. Like, is it, like, uncouth, like Fan the Hammer on McCree? Although pretty much everyone on McCree uses Fan the Hammer nowadays. Used to be, if you use Fan the Hammer, you're bad.
The enemy has claimed the robot.
60 seconds remaining.
I will keep you safe.
Still waiting on EMP.
I see an enemy.
I just tried to E, my right click was up though. Just used my E. I think I confused my E with my right click. Nice. Look at a John's son here. Aim still isn't up. Aim's still not looking good, guys. It was fun till Sombra. All right. That should be an easy catch right there. Let's take a look at John. better. My actually use was good, and then I swear to God, my aim just got worse. Or like it feels like my shots are slow or something. When I fire my missiles, like they're coming out late. My brain's delayed. My brain's delayed. On airtime, normally I was at 71 to 75 prior to her nerfs. Yep, that's a lot of time on the ground, by the way. It doesn't seem like that big of a number, whoop, but it is. A lot of time, especially when you're in the middle of combat and you really, really need to be flying around. You can't. You're on the ground, fucking around.
Ready for battle.
Kind of weird. He had wall hacks just now, and he's like looking around like he's blind. Look at this. So he has wall hacks on, right? And he's looking around down here like there's a person here, but there's wall hacks. It's clear that there's no one here, right? Like looking around down here like there's something here he can't find. They have Widow wall hacks on right now, which is why they're blue.
Much obliged.
This is where I said he was pre-aiming at me through the wall. Maybe not. Sentry behind the wall. But can just be follow through.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Excavation initiation!
Robots with us now. Push ahead.
Vamos esculachar!
You tangled with the wrong man.
Trying through the wall. Possibly a set percent miss. He's doing something right now. Knew the Sombra was there, that's why he's fucking around. Well, right here he's doing something. Then when he walks out the door, it's like he's looking for something. It's because he knew Sombra was here.
Gotta go quick!
He's just standing around? Yeah, why would you do this? They have control of the front area that the cart's in. The entire team's over there. This guy is literally sitting here, like, looking out the door like he's waiting for something. I didn't know exactly what was going on here. Clearly is still aiming his mouse, so he's not AFK. Wild Sombra appears. That is the Zen through the wall just now.
Stick with it.
Then
Chew on that.
Rains from above!
Headshot. Life Weaver. And stopped aiming at him. Aiming at the Life Weaver. Not the Life Weaver, Zen. And snap to the Ryan again. Tried to shoot the Sombra through the wall. Not through the wall. That one was. Anna's not even moving, he's missing her. Doesn't matter. This is definitely not based on difficulty of shots. That's where I said his game was like fucking hardlocked to the guy, like I was talking about the Unreal Tournament scene. Like while everything's going on around him, he's just fine. Prior to this happening though, it looks like he snaps to with the healer through the wall on the point. Then
Stuck your landing, huh?
Yep. Reaction.
Into the iris.
There's the Sombra. Like legit easy shots, just missing him. But the very difficult shots where everything's just like this around him and he's hitting him just perfectly fine. Is a set percent miss, as we've talked about before. Watching walls right now. Wall. Anna through the wall. Watching Anna through the wall. Luckily, we got that before he could reload. Fire the next shot because he's in the roll animation.
Justice reigns from above.
Careful, we're outnumbered.
Don't let them move the barricade. Don't let them move the barricade.
2 minutes remaining.
Visible when she teleported? No.
2 minutes remaining.
Behind the wall again. Then behind the wall. Beam on Sombra through the wall. something again.
Surrender to my will.
All right. Master, which is a former GM. So, Season 9, guys, everything got pushed down. Everyone got pushed down in terms of ranking. So, GM is almost exclusively top 500 players now. Whereas prior to that, GM was like... top 500 is like GM1. Top 500 players were GM1 and above it. Okay. Alright, guys, I gotta take a piss and grab a water. I'll be right back. Putting nuts in my mouth, guys. Fantastic. Love this time of the night. Walnuts. Got some almonds. Got some cranberries. Oh my god. Some pepitas. Where's your pumpkin? Pretty good. I didn't want to queue, guys, because I knew if I queued, it 100% pop while I was eating that. Good. Rato! Huh.
Strike from above.
Prepare to attack.
Well, Dorado start at the beginning. If they have cheating hit scan, is going to be next to impossible to get all the gates and get the first point. So, especially nowadays with Pharah in the current state she's in, she is extremely difficult because of all the verticality at the beginning here. And we're probably gonna have a lot of problems if we can't get through. Those are really fucking wrecked, Pharah. I gotta keep stipulating that.
Remember, if you want me to heal you, stand very still. But also, avoid the bullets.
Is this not outwardly apparent? What's going on with my aim?
You mean you weren't born like that?
I was not. Were you?
3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Roadhog time.
Escort the payload.
Taking off.
I'm on the payload. Stay on guard. Stay near my
Enemy over here.
Let's go. Over there.
Dispersing.
Enemy here. Hello.
Over here. Increasing altitude. Scatter.
There's a diva.
Enemy here. Rain from above.
Buddy.
They don't give these suits to just anyone.
Watch out for the enemy.
Taking off.
Amplification matrix ready. I'm on my way. Copy that.
Pretty sure we just kited their entire team through here. Yeah, they were chasing me.
Well deserved.
Your team's pretty aggressive. What? The fuck? Did she call it in and it spawned on me? Dude, that was line. What? I was line of sighted, right? I was like up top behind the pillar.
Establishing aerial position.
How the fuck did it hit me? Luckily, our team's pretty aggressive and good, so. Well, that's something.
Time to kick some tail.
I see an enemy.
Increasing altitude.
Snapped the Lari through the wall and snapped the mid.
Enemy here.
Excavation initiation!
I'm taking off.
see.
Good. Holy shit! Steamroll, guys. Luckily, we didn't slow down. The only thing Pharah is really good at right now is just like being hyper aggressive. If your teammates are hyper aggressive, like if they go in, you can go in with them, and you just have to take advantage of the chaos that's happening. Otherwise, you're just much worse off. I hope the teammates, the enemy team, just trickles into you. They're basically doing. They never actually like set up a defensive line that kept trickling, and then they died. All right, well, there's that. Next game. Soldier might have had something weird going on there at the end. We're a little grimy. How's your day going, dude? Oh yeah? Good for you. Whatever floats your boat. Good. Soldier starting to look sus at the end there, but once again, they just trickled the entire time, and they never set up a defensive line and got him killed. Good. Oh yeah? They have to do with staying up till 11:30 in the morning, or not going to bed, or waking up at 11:30 in the morning. Because there's one of two directions here. One is you could have just woke up, and the other one is you haven't went to bed yet. Surprised they didn't ban me? No. You have to actually be a douche. Although, weirdly enough, I used to talk about like sex relatively frequently on my stream. Mainly, at one point I just was considering being a sex therapist. Yeah, as a possible, it was a sex therapist or a psychology. What did they call them? It's a psychologist that deals with criminals. They have a name for him. Whatever that is, the terminology for that. It was between the two at one point in my life, and of course that didn't happen. But I found out that it actually made things fucking weird on stream. Some people can't compartmentalize things very well, and it just makes for a really, really weird experience. Meaning you can't talk about things educationally or in a more composed manner. Adiana effect. Nope. Actually, is that a celebrity? I have to look it up. Bunch of memes on Overwatch. Well, I'm not gonna. I'm definitely not gonna look that up on stream. That's what you're looking at.
Strike from above.
Something. It's a meme relating to Overwatch.
Stay close. I can't heal you if you stray.
All right, next game.
Hello. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Yes, you have a great skin, Mercy.
Hello.
I don't know. Why don't I want to get TOS banned? So I'm not female. I can't show my cooch and be fine. Not the way to go. And I can't fly. You. That Sombra's something.
Always more to learn. Got an enemy here. And away.
Very accurate, Zarya.
Supercharged and on fire. Threat detected.
But we got it done.
Meet your fate.
Don't worry.
Threat detected.
Heat check confirmed.
Oh.
Establishing aerial position.
Got. Their spawn is literally right there, dude.
Positioning.
I'm on the point. Over here.
Yes.
Got an enemy here.
Good.
Making another approach.
Enemy turret. Enemy located.
En route.
Hostiles are taking the objective.
Enemies not finished. Justice.
Why'd you jump down? Why would you do that? You weren't paying attention.
Apagando las luces. Never die. Justice.
Sorry, jumped down, by the way.
Aerial positioning.
I mean, it was a great maneuver, right? To avoid my ult. Except it wasn't a response to my ult. Alright, well, they're dead.
Lifeweaver here.
The fuck is that? Huh?
Team kill.
Come here. I'm getting the objective.
Taking the point. Move it. Enemy over here.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Redux. Secured.
Got it.
And away.
Flashpoint. Bomb plants.
Shotgun. Enemy here. My bad.
Threat detected.
Well, luckily the Zarya didn't turn around and instantly kill me, because that would have made my life more difficult. Got through the wall. Kill her! Kill her! Yeah!
Always more to learn. Positioning.
That was a completely off-the-cuff ult, guys, but I saw an opportunity, so I had to take it. Well, there is chaos.
On the move.
There you go. Yeah.
Meet your fate.
Actually, still, like, we were getting like 52% accuracy, guys. What the fuck happened? Like, it went to shit. Why did my actually go to shit? I don't know. And don't forget to thank the healers, which I think were pretty good. Take a look at McCree-chan here. Sorry, at first looked pretty accurate, but that was basically just for one death, and after that point it looked normal.
Ready for battle.
We don't care about Hanzo. Free. At the end. There we go.
Lost. Next flashpoint.
He only played McCree for like a minute.
Let's get on with it. Here I am.
Fuck. Did you get an invisible Sombra? Sombra's not a... You have a Sombra? We had a Sombra. Yeah, we did.
¿Qué tal? Catch you later.
Unfortunately, in the kill cam, guys, you can't see Sombra on the team that you're watching. He's just firing randomly. That's a dead... By the way, that's a sure sign someone's 100% cheating is when they shoot Sombras out of cloak and they... Like, it's not all. I can think of some big streamers that have done that just out of nowhere. This is a pretty big... I went to take a look at it. It's an unlisted post now on the BattleNet forums. It's 500 pages long, discussing one such streamer. Yeah. Next game. You trying to put me on your TikTok? Is that what your AI needs to train off of?
Strike from
No.
above.
Not.
Float like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish.
Training some Ben Sam AI in the background.
Heat check confirmed.
How could you even misconstrue that? I don't know.
I'm on
Usually when people ask you to say something, it's because it can be misconstrued and turned into something else, right? I don't think there is one. It's a meme. I mean, Jujutsu Kaisen's pretty fucking phenomenal, by the way. There are better animes. The animation quality, however, in Jujutsu Kaisen is pretty fucking fantastic. If you haven't seen Freerun, by the way, we have a review up on it. If you haven't seen Freerun, highly recommend. Not only the best anime of last year and this year, in my personal opinion, but also just very good in general. It's probably one of my favorite animes of all time. And it's very difficult to end up on that list, mainly because there's a lot of really good anime. And I've watched anime for eons at this point. Yep. It's about the elf adventure. It starts out basically like, if you watch Record of Lodoss Wars, probably not because you're probably not from the 90s, but Record of Lodoss Wars was a pretty popular token-style anime from the 90s. It's like that, only infinitely better. It's about basically the life of an elf, but not from like a normal human perspective. It's about someone that's lived for basically 1,000 years. Yeah. And basically the timeline, the accelerated timeline that they go through, as opposed to a human one, and basically how human life is basically fleeting and comes and goes. But at the same time, it's also about like an epic adventure at the same time. It also has some really cool battles. Fucking fantastic battles in it too. It's not like Jujutsu Kaisen, but it's still pretty good. Highly recommend. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, right? I think that kind of gets into spoilers if you haven't watched it yet, because there's a little bit more to it. It's more than a gimmick, right? You find out why it's basically a gimmick later on. Can't wait for later seasons. Also, the very, very controversial Jobless Reincarnation. Probably the best isekai in existence. There's another season coming up on that. Last one was kind of shit, but they mainly focused on PTSD and his fallout, basically from his battles with big baddies. Yeah, it's not the same thing. So don't think it's gonna be Naruto or some shit like that. It's not a shonen. But as far as story, fucking phenomenal characters. Oh, it was great. And then it has some cool battles in it.
Oh, you couldn't handle one of these.
Yeah, why are you gatekeeping Junkrat from the armor, Pharah?
Knowledge is its own reward.
Nod Barrage? Dude, that's totally saying something in some different language, isn't it? I don't know what...
3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Totally being turned into a clip, though. I don't know for what. Sometimes the jets, when they go off, don't go the right direction. I've noticed that. And we just got a double headshot. You have trust issues. What a... Oh, this guy might be cheating. This guy's... That is 100% an aimbot. It looks like one that's malfunctioning, too. That is 5,000% an aimbot. Notice how janky it looks, and then it snaps at people behind walls, too, on top of it. Like, a really badly made one. Or the person's computer shit, one of the two. Trust issues in this day and age. No way. Like, everything nowadays, guys, when it comes to... everything is passive behavior. It's all fucking gaslighting and manipulation. Because people can't be aggressive with each other anymore, like have an argument. Instead, we need to tiptoe around the subject and just, like, fucking stab each other with shivs. Did the Cassidy aimbotting? Good! Well, congratulations. After me off screen. Problems with memers. Hopefully you you don't watch TikTok constantly and you lost your mind, because that happens. That's 100% gonna be a syndrome. You know, regardless of what, like, you might think of the right-leaning fucks. Regardless of what you might think about people that are hard right-leaning, TikTok on like it. This guy also cheating? It has something to do with attention-based entertainment, where basically it's just engaging enough to get you to watch it, but not like enough where you internalize it and think about it. And then it just goes to the next one, you're about to lose interest. Beacons are the worst for cheating, guys. Oh. Make sure he doesn't stall, and they magically somehow get it.
Transporting the payload. G'day, fella.
Yeah? Does he have an ult? He does not. They totally know I'm up here at this point. Well, I mean, it's Reels, TikTok, Shorts, they're all the same thing. TikTok's just what the people in Congress are going after right now. Dude, and fucking Blizzard put these signs in here to fuck with Pharahs, too. I do like overshield. Thought about ulting him. Oh. It's like the only thing Pharah's good at now is taking advantage of chaos. That's it. They're jerking each other off over there. Well. We can try and tree tech him. I wasn't close enough. You're 100%. It's like putting a bunch of phrases together to make some sort of sentence overall. Just pretending to be a memer. I can see the insidious intent. That's not good. Hey, buddy. So the McCree is definitely cheating. I don't know about the Sojourn. Fucking signs. Brah! What are you doing? The soldier, or the McCree, excuse me.
Okay, my
No,
head's
no,
in the game.
no, you're not gonna lure me into a false sense of security. Dude. Like, I'm pretty sure like this guy's just really bad. But I think this guy's cheating. Like that does not look normal at all. Maybe this is an aim assist player that's using a Zim. Oh, huge stutter.
Aerial positioning underway. We're outnumbered. Be advised. Repositioning. Come on, team. Push the payload. Blast it. This round goes to me. Taking off. Passive out.
Oh, the timing. They're 1 HP. Why is it not showing up as 1? You guys. So, the McCree is 100% cheating. And also, I think these guys must be grouped together because it looks like they're using the same aimbot, which is jerking all over the place.
Play of the game.
Okay, let's take a look at the Sojourn. Sojourn did not do well, but it might just be a shitty player with an aimbot, which, once again, when you get shitty players with aimbots, they look really fucking janky. It looks like it's kind of normal, but it's clearly not. Definitely, this is like a silver or gold. He doesn't know what they're supposed to aim at. See it stuttering when it moves really fast. Very little situational awareness. That didn't do well, by the way. We aren't looking at people does not always have anything to do with how good they do. It has a lot to do with behavior. Accidental target swaps too. Okay. I'm pretty sure these guys were grouped together. It looks like they're both using shitty aimbots. Oh, that's Kiriko. They could get 5, like, obviously, if people are cheating, usually they're just going to do better, right? But it's not always the way it works, so. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. That guy, my guess is, was grouped with McCree. Like, the weird thing is, like, when you see shit like that, guys, you know something's off about the player skill, right? You know something just doesn't seem right, but at the same time they aren't performing well, so you're like, well, maybe they aren't cheating because the guy only had, like, 4k damage or whatever. It's not always the way it works, especially if they're grouped together. Then it's gonna like average their MMR. Really should check, but people get pissy when you check whether or not they're grouped or not. Good. Happy Sunday, guys. Ah. Anyways, free run fantastic anime if you haven't seen it yet. It's not shonen. I think it might even be classified as a shonen, but it's not. It's a seinen. Basically more about storytelling. And weirdly enough, at times it's like a slice of life anime. But not really. Like where you just hear kind of quaint, like feel good stories, but then not at the same time. Slice of life animes are usually really, really boring. Next game. Pretty good.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
That is her name. They need to fix this, guys. That's one of the reasons I'm not using this anymore is because A, it encourages people. Oh, this is another guy that's cheating. Streaming. So it doesn't work for this guy. Why did it work for the other one? Why can't I block this guy? What is that? Huh. That's weird. Bro, what the fuck's going on with my mouse? Stop that. Stop that. That guy knows already. One of the reasons we aren't using streamer mode is because we were more likely to get stream sniped with streamer mode on. Because otherwise I'm just a small streamer. But people look you up if they think you're streaming. Whereas before they wouldn't care because they wouldn't know.
Back in control. Barricade is pushing forward. Shake it off. Repositioning.
There, an enemy.
En route.
Claiming the robot.
Oh.
Justice served. 3 hits. Establishing area. Over there.
Life protects life.
don't want to talk about it.
Oh yeah? You trying to Me Too me? Fuck off. I saw you do that, I'll get you too! Good. Very accurate. Shooting at air as well.
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. I'm on top of the world.
Alright. Why would you do that? I don't know why she didn't mech there. Oh. Dealing with the D.Va is one thing, dealing with D.Va and other things is very difficult. Even dealing with D.Va is very difficult. Like, if D.Va wants to kill you, like, she can literally just fucking cooldown dump on you and kill you.
Okay.
For some strange reason, people still don't fucking know. It's very, very fucking annoying.
We must stop the enemy from advancing.
I knew it.
Echo? The fuck is that?
Can't let them catch up to us. Up and at 'em. The barricade is on the move. Let's go.
وريهم قوتك.
All systems nominal. Increasing altitude.
Pretty sure the McCree is cheating.
Shake it off.
Good.
An enemy here.
Helden sterben surrendered. My will. The robot is in our possession. That party was
Good.
I don't stay down. Up and away. Enemy over here. En route.
I knew that was gonna fucking hit. I knew he was gonna commit. All headshots? What do you want, guys?
All systems nominal. En route.
Good. Pretty good. Actually, not actually looking that bad.
Increasing altitude.
Life protects life.
Almost there. We must take the lead. Let us proceed. When we want to win again.
They've taken the robot.
That has a hard on for me for some reason.
Shake it off. Nerf this. Aerial positioning underway. Justice reigns from above.
You fucking kidding me?
Repositioning. The robot has been secured.
And McCree again?
Almost en route.
Your team is close.
We're almost there.
60 seconds.
Heads up.
Yeah. Good, good, good.
Making another approach. Repositioning.
30 seconds remaining.
I knew I could counter.
That percent miss as well, by the way. That's why he's missing on occasion. He also fires late and shoots you when you're behind walls and shit.
When we want to win
Enemy over here.
Huh?
Of the world.
Nice. Fucking killing ulting Mercy is like the hardest thing in the world. I used to be able to do it.
On the move.
I'm on fire.
Your team is close to
Good. Oh my god. And instantly killed. The Sombra might be cheating as well. We'll take a look at the Sombra. The McCree is definitely cheating. The Sombra is definitely cheating as well. Good. Fun.
Talk about it.
They're out of time. Take.
Let's see. McCree is this guy.
play of the game.
You're stuck.
Let's see. Take a look at Sombra. Sombra, on the other hand, looked relatively normal for the majority of that. Obviously didn't perform nearly the same levels. Round, apparently. Fun.
Ready for battle.
What I noticed, though, when she's playing Sombra is when they're hacking, basically their aim was, like, their hack aim was just, like, locked to your character. Not completely locked, just firing at nothing. Just, like, target swaps and something disappears from the screen. Perfectly timed virus on the recall location. Yeah, this is 100% an aimbot.
Locked and loaded.
Pulls down the fire button when there's nothing in front of him.
I've seen worse. I've seen worse.
Area denied.
Nothing here. He didn't. I don't even think he saw this guy right here, by the way. So this is extreme RNG, or basically his aimbot is telling him, his cheat program is telling him where the tracer is about to appear.
Heroes.
Oh. No.
Let me try that again.
The tracer wasn't even there when he looked over at him. Didn't see him actually go through that line, I guess you could say.
Gotta go.
How's it going?
No darkness.
¿Qué onda? Stick with the robot. Peace. Did I scare you?
On the fire button even when there's nothing in front of him, just waiting for the lock on. We've talked about this before. This is the behavior you see when people are using aim assist. People on console will function basically the same thing. They'll hold down the trigger and wait for something to strafe in front of them because they don't actually care about ammo usage. They don't care about it at all. It basically just comes down to who fires first and just wait in laziness, waiting for your aim to get taken over by the aim assist. They'll just fire at air, waiting for the lock on. Or I've seen some really obnoxious aimbots with Sombra where the virus is always perfectly led and it'll always flick. It's like aimbots with Soldier where they always flick Helix to the exact lead on you and snaps back to the normal attack spot. But it does it with Virus. And Virus does a shitload of damage if you always land it. It does an absolute boatload of damage.
No resting. We're almost there.
Step Rider. Pushing the barricade. Let's keep it up.
Nano boost administered.
Are we still fighting? Notice. Catch you later.
Accidental target swaps again. Let's fast forward to Soldier. That's where things got more egregious. Right here?
We can still win this. Take back the robot.
Can't let them catch up to us. Powered up.
Watching me behind the fucking wall? Fire button again, waiting for locks.
Step Rider.
And people through walls. Snapping between targets behind walls.
We're at the end. Don't leave the robot. We're at the end. Don't leave the robot.
Was relatively normal until we saw the fucking soldier at the end there. He was definitely shooting at people behind walls at the end there too. Yeah, I was cheating the entire time. Number as well. Master. You're in season 8 as well. Kind of weird. Season 9 is when they redid the matchmaker, so it should drop down in tier. Unless that's when they started cheating, too, which is a possibility. Okay, let's see, guys. I think we're gonna call it here for this morning, guys. Now, I would actually like to play another one, but it's getting late, and I make things worse when we get things go late. So, actually, not super horrible. Just constantly getting brained by the McCree. Fantastic. Cheating McCree. Lots of cheaters today, guys. Weekends are the worst, as we've talked about. 51-21. Happen. You'll get things like cheat squads, too, where just a bunch of people like group up together and make burner accounts, and then just get on the burner account for the weekend to fuck with kids. Yeah. Pharah definitely not nearly as good as she used to be, unfortunately. I'm pretty hard here. What happened with the aimbot McCree? We're getting focused whenever we got near anything. By both the McCree and the Sombra. But we'll see. As I mentioned before, I do want to play different characters now, mainly because Pharah's kind of dead. She dropped, like I said, it feels an awful lot like my performance with Pharah dropped down like a run in terms of ranking. Like, it just, you can't perform nearly where before I was like out DPSing, frequently out DPSing second DPS. Now I'm not. And I'm putting aside this game, obviously. I'm like breaking even with the other DPS, or very close to them. Blizzard definitely did a fucking number on Pharah. She is not remotely what she used to be. Well, I am obviously still a little bit rusty because we came back after not playing for 2 months. Even when we're like out DPSing, the other DPS is not that close, or it's not that far away. So, it's pretty close. When you're the primary DPS, i.e. you're the higher ranked person, and then they put someone in that isn't nearly as good, usually you can outperform them by a significant margin, and that's not the case anymore. But obviously this has something to do with the cheats too. This guy, if I remember right, both these guys were cheating. Well. Oh, this is the 5 cheat game. This is a 5 cheat stack. There's also that. Lots of fucking cheaters tonight. Yeah, and like this guy was like a gold player with an aimbot. This guy's just straight up cheating. This guy's just watching people through walls constantly. This guy had a hard lock, like when he fires his triple shot from his burst fire, it would hard lock. And when you get pulled in the middle of the hard lock, you can see like if you get hooked, it goes like this, and his aim just perfectly follows the character. Yeah. Good shit. Lots of good shit tonight, guys. Alright, we're going to call things here for this morning, though, guys. Tonight will probably be more than likely Overwatch 2. I am taking a look at Manor Lords, and we're considering playing it. It honestly does not look like... I like sim games, guys, but it honestly does not look that fun, but we'll see. It depends on how hard up I get for something new. We just got done with Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 runs, so... Yeah. We're going to call things here, guys, for this morning. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed me watching people in replays, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, as well as Trovo every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So late night North America time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. Alrighty, I am out here for this morning, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Sunday morning and afternoon. Have a good day, guys.